Good afternoon. We sincerely welcome everyone who is joining the KT KISDI International Conference 2021, which is jointly hosted by KT and KISDI. I am Hyun-Gyu Rim, the MC for today's conference. Nice to meet you. Today, we will hold the conference at the Shilla Hotel Yeongbin-gwan Ruby Hall, and it will be live casted on YouTube simultaneously. KT KISDI International Conference 2021 is jointly hosted by KT, which is developing beyond being Korea's best broadcasting and communication media company and becoming the world's best digital platform group, and KISDI, the best policy research institute in the field of broadcasting and communication in Korea. Today's conference topic is Digital Transformation and AI Ecosystem for Future Industries. It will be a meaningful event where experts from 3 countries, Germany, France, and Canada, will be invited, and experts from Korean companies, governments, research institutes, and academic experts in related fields gather. We will discuss and share views and experiences on the future development direction of various industries through digital transformation and AI ecosystem and propose future prospects. Due to the aggravating COVID-19 situation, we couldn't invite many people to the conference. It is unfortunate that the conference is being held offline and online. Today's conference will be broadcasted live on the YouTube channel on KISDI. We ask for your active participation. For your reference, today's conference will be held from 2 p.m. to 5:40 p.m. Korean time. In addition, today's conference will be conducted in strict compliance with COVID-19 quarantine and safety rules. Before opening the conference in earnest, let's watch the promotional video for Digico KT prepared by KT. We shall now begin KT-KISDI International Conference in earnest. First, we're going to hear from President Park Jong-uk of KT, who has hosted this conference. He will deliver the opening remarks. Please come up to the podium.
Good afternoon. I am Park Jong-uk from KT. As introduced, this conference is co-hosted by KT, the Korea's best broadcasting and ICT company, and KISDI. My role is to announce the opening of this conference. But before I do so, let me convey my gratitude. First of all, I would like to thank all on-site and online participants for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us for the event. The core policy of Korea's ICT is led by Director Park Yong-gyu of MSIT. And the best think tank of ICT in Korea, KISDI, is also joined by President Kwon Ho-yeol on site. All presenters, discussants, thank you for coming, and I'd like to thank all participants as well. As you are well aware, the topic of this conference is enhancing industrial enhancement through digital transformation and AI. This is a massive challenge facing the government research institutes as well as companies. AI, autonomous vehicles, blockchains, and digital currency are some of world-changing new technologies combined with unprecedented environmental changes such as COVID-19 that are pushing all organizations to reset their way of life. Scores of companies have already started incorporating innovations in AI, big data, and cloud computing, banking on the digital transformation to rebuild their businesses. At the same time, on the regional and national level, the government, startups, and research institutes are expanding and enhancing their collaborative ecosystem. Today, you will hear about the smart city innovation at Fraunhofer IGD, as well as AI applications in smart factories and digital health by global companies such as Siemens and GE Healthcare, and the AI supercluster of Scale AI Canada. I hope these AI strategies and successful digital transformation stories present us with a learning opportunity. We came to host this event with KISDI, and let me describe to you the background as to how this has been done. As KT seeks to go beyond its traditional boundaries of the telecommunications to contribute to the digital transformation under a shift in its business direction, KT has come to join hands with KISDI to hold this event. To bring about changes in customers' lives and take the lead in other industries, KT has declared the vision of Digital KT and has been making thorough preparations for core technologies of AI, big data, and cloud with the title of ABC Infrastructure. KT has set out its efforts to help other companies adopt AI and to promote digital transformation by forming, for instance, for AI development of Korea, we have formed the AI1 team with industry, academia, research teams. We have already built the hyperscale AI models and this has already been released as a market product, such as Genie and more. And we also have the Cloud One team for all companies in Korea to develop AI technologies in an affordable manner. We are providing the necessary cloud development support. In addition, KT is also making efforts to become a true DX partner for enterprises in 14 key sectors, including finance and national defense, and we are providing a one-stop service of consulting, system development, and customer support. We hope our endeavors play a part in turning Korea into a digital powerhouse and bolstering the competitiveness of each organization. In closing, this is the very first international conference that we are holding, but we still have many success stories to share. I hope that this is a fruitful time for you. We have fully done our best to thoroughly adhere to COVID-19 measures, and we still need your cooperation to complete those measures. I hope that in this transition stage, I hope all Korean organizations can contribute to this development. Thank you.
Thank you, President Park Jong-woo of KT, for opening this conference. Let's give him a warm hand. Next, we're going to hear from President Kwon Ho-yul of KISDI, who has also jointly hosted this conference. Please come up to the podium. Good afternoon. I am Kwon Ho-yeol, the president of KISDI. We're having the KT KISDI International Conference 2021. I want to thank all the distinguished guests from home and abroad for participating in this conference.
Jong Park, President of CSO KT Corporation, for his over this conference, and Mr. Yoon-gyu Park, Director of the Office of ICT Policy, Ministry of Science and ICT, for his congratulatory remarks. Many thanks also go to our presenters, Mr. Seok-jun Ho, Senior Vice President of KT Institute of Economics and Business Research, Korea. Dr. Florian Kirhi-Buhno, Head of Smart Living and Biometric Technology at Fraunhofer IGD, Germany. Mr. Byung-jun Oh, Managing Director of Siemens DISW, Korea. Mr. Dr. Kyung-hoon Kim, Research Fellow of KISDI, Korea. Dr. Baptiste Perrin, Director of Imaging, R&D, and GE Healthcare of France. Professor Valérie Bigurin, Chair of Radiology of Beaujon AP, HP, France. Professor Alain Luciani, Imaging Department of Agni Monde, AP, HP, France. And Mr. Julian Bill, CEO of Scale AI, Canada. I also would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our moderators, Professor Kyugon Lim of Hanyang University and Professor Min-soo Park of Sungkyunkwan University, as well as to all of the panelists. If we look around at everyday life, we see that smartphones have become a part of the body. Home appliances operate by voice and controlled through apps. And robots have been designed for cooking, cleaning, running errands, and playing. Robots are also working to replace human expertise and knowledge in various sectors, such as healthcare, factories, urban regeneration, and consulting, and have penetrated our lives deeply. We are experiencing wealth of virtual species and social relationships that connect people and the world every day. Since the shock of the fourth industrial revolution, on that we encounter at the Go match between Sedol Lee and AlphaGo in 2016. The digital transformation and artificial intelligence have blended in with our rapidly transforming surroundings. Built on computer, internet, mobile, 5G, big data, cloud, and artificial intelligence technologies. Advanced digital civilization is evolving and spreading at an accelerating rate through a wide range of applications. Today's conference will be a platform to discuss domestic and international trends and issues related to the digital transformation and artificial intelligence ecosystems in various industries where rapid growth and change is taking place widely. I hope that this conference can provide an opportunity for our on-site experts and online viewers to explore future visions in various industries that are currently experiencing innovation and evolution with impetus from the digital transformation and artificial intelligence ecosystems. Also, I hope that through this conference, we can pool wisdom to find solutions together. On a final note, let me extend my appreciation to all the staff involved in putting this event together, and I wish all of you good health and good fortune. Thank you. 감사합니다.
That was interesting opening remarks. And I want to thank you for your welcoming remarks, which was delivered in English.
Next, to congratulate the hosting of the KT-KISDI International Conference, Mr. Park Yoon-gyu, Director of ICT Policy at the Ministry of Science and ICT, is joining us on site. Please welcome Director Park, and please, with a big hand. I think order is everything, and to follow President Kwon, I am so nervous, and I regret I didn't prepare my speech in English myself. Good day, I am Park Yoon-gyu, Director of the Office of ICT Policy at MSIT. First of all, for the digital transformation under the topic Digital Transformation and AI Ecosystem for Future Industries, this KT-KISDI International Conference 2021 has been jointly prepared by KT and KISDI, and I thank you for hosting this event. CSO Park Jong-soo of KT, President Kwon Ho-yeol of KISDI, and all staff, thank you for putting this event together. And also, I'd like to thank all experts from home and abroad for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us for this event. As you are well aware, based on digital technology, the existing systems, society, economy, and culture are fundamentally being changed under the digital transformation that is sweeping the world. AI, data, cloud, these technologies are sweeping through finance, healthcare, and many other industrial sectors and are developed into different services and products, changing the world as we know it. Digital technology, even amid COVID-19, has supported non-face-to-face telecommuting work and education, and also supported efficient K-quarantine through vaccine development and more, and have become a very important and essential social elements, more important than even of public health or sanitation. By developing AI and universal technologies that will bring about social changes, Korea has been making great preparations. As you're well aware, the key part of Digital New Deal is Digital Dam, and the size of data built into the dam is rapidly rising. Data and AI will be able to be used by all at an affordable manner through the various support measures that we are preparing. And we are also creating not only successful AI use cases, but based on the strengths of different regions, we are working to diffuse AI industries throughout the country. In addition, the 3 Data Act and the Fundamental Framework Act on Data are some of the legislative frameworks that we have built to support data technologies. And to support reasonable use of data, we are making ethical preparations as well. Recently, Korean youth, to be able to find opportunities in digital areas and to leap into the world stage, we have announced the youth policies. Along with these government efforts in the private sector, hyperscale AI models and other digital technology leading infrastructures are made great investments. And to revitalize AI, KT and other leading companies are joining hands with the government to hold the largest ever contest for AI. Recently, KISDI has presented the future prospect of digital transformation under the mega trend of digital technologies. While pursuing the groundbreaking technologies, reaping the benefits for all is the key. Technology and industrial policies are not enough to support this. We need a more comprehensive and macro perspective that is based on a policy imagination. Going forward, the government will prepare for the digital transformation so that Korea can become a leader in the world by fully heeding to the views of the private sector, and will continue to turn our imagination into reality. I hope that this conference can share success stories of digital transformation and gather private sector efforts to share ideas of where we need to work on further. Lastly, I would like to thank all participants and all staff members for preparing this event. I wish you all good health and happiness. And I hope that all your New Year's wishes come true. And I hope that next year we can start overcoming COVID-19. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Park, for the kind words. And next, we would like to invite the honored guests for the photo session. The honored guests of this opening session alone, the 3 speakers of the opening address, welcome address, and the congratulatory remark will first take the photos. And next, I would like to invite all presenters, panels, moderator for session 1. Before we start the main sessions, let me walk you through today's event. We have 2 sessions ready today. The title of session 1 is Digital Transformation. KT, Fraunhofer, IGT, and Siemens from Germany will give presentations, followed by a panel discussion. After all the presentations and discussions are over for session 1, we will take a 10-minute coffee break. And next, in session 2, we will address the topic AI ecosystem. We will have presentations from KISDI, GE Healthcare of France, and Scale AI from Canada. I hope and I look forward to a meaningful and in-depth presentations and discussions today.
We shall now begin session 1 in earnest. The first presenter is Senior Vice President of KT Emory, Seok-jun Ho, who is going to talk about Digico KT DX Partner for Digital Korea. Please give him a warm hand. Director Ho Seok-jun has been a senior researcher at the KT Emory, and he has been involved in R&D, marketing, new business promotion, shared growth, consulting, support, customer service, etc. at KT. From 2020, he has been the head of KT Emory. Please, the mic is yours. Hello, I am Senior Vice President of KT Emory, Ho Seok-jun. Today, I'm going to talk about the strategy and innovative projects of Digital KT. First, I'm going to talk about what changes has come due to COVID-19. In the second part, I'm going to talk about the digital transformation strategy of KT. Third, the digital transformation partner, KT, what projects, B2B businesses that we are pursuing. Fourth, we're going to look at AI, big data, robot, and blockchain, what some of the new businesses and services we are providing. First, I'm going to talk about the new normal and the great reset, which has been triggered by COVID-19. With the rapid spread of COVID-19, untapped digitization has advanced rapidly in all fields, including shopping, education, medical care, as well as the way we work. Online delivery has achieved 10 years' worth in 8 weeks. Telemedicine increased 10 times in 15 days. Remote working 20 times. And in China, remote learning, there was an increase of 250 million students in 2 weeks. Netflix has secured more subscribers in 5 months than 7 years. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella evaluated that the digital transformation that would take 2 years was accomplished in 2 months and predicted that all areas would become non-face-to-face and digitized. Also, Yuval Harari, famous author of *Sapiens*, predicts that COVID-19 we will live in a world different from before and believes that the new normal will settle. This digital transformation requires AI, big data, and cloud. Accordingly, there's a survey that domestic companies will also invest heavily in AI and the cloud among diverse technologies to promote digital transformation. IBM CEO Arvind Krishna also expressed his view that history will remember the present as a period of accelerated digital transformation of business and societies, and the key drivers of this digital transformation will be the cloud and AI. The World Economic Forum presented 7 changes to explain the digital transformation processes of companies in the new normal. If you look at the 7 changes, the core is this. In the new digital era, the things that were tools in the past will play a pivotal role. If you look at the internet era, there was an offline shop that was turned to online simply. But there are data that is accrued in that process, and that is leading to a change in the business model, and the process itself is changed in this new era. I think you will remember the time, but in the financial market, K-Bank and Kakao Bank are very different from the business models of existing banks. The existing banks use digital technology based on their existing work processes, but these internet banks are changing the process itself. So the existing companies are following these internet banks in the new era. In terms of operation, in the past, they used siloed servers, but now they're using this shared system called the cloud, and those are some of the changes that are occurring. Lastly, if you look at the talent part, manpower is the most important. In the past, as you are well aware, we used the word turnkey a lot, and everything was solved through turnkey, but you can't do that anymore because you need to utilize the data that is in it and change your business. That's what you have to do in the digital era. And for that, you need to have the talents inside. You can't use the talents outside, and you can't provide innovative changes to your companies. There are some companies that were successful even in COVID-19. Most of them are platform and electric vehicle companies in the US and China. According to FT's survey, among the top 100 companies with global corporate value growth in 2020, US and Chinese IT companies accounted for the most, and 7 Korean companies, including Samsung SDI, Kakao, LG Chem, and Celltrion, were included. In order to survive amidst COVID-19 crisis and continue to grow, digital innovation is essential. To do this, companies themselves need to adapt to digital and reinvent themselves for digital. Carlyle Group, a global private equity fund, predicts that digital transformation will widen the gap between companies and that corporate performance will depend on the adoption of digital-based business model. Accordingly, in order to create new value in the digital field, it is proposed to invest in intangible assets such as R&D, brand, content, data, and human capital. In the new normal, I'm going to talk about KT's strategy in this new era. In the case of KT, from 2017 to 20, the sales growth was only 1% per year, but non-communication related sales are growing at 15.1% per year. Also, domestic B2B IT market continues to grow. It is expected to grow by about 4.7% this year. Accordingly, KT is also paying attention to the B2B and DX markets. New tech companies are innovating themselves and are trying to respond to consumer needs. And legacy companies are facing a crisis in this era. Coupang and Market Curly are leading the way with IT-based delivery innovation, while traditional retailers are following. In the financial industry, as I have mentioned, K-Bank, KakaoBank, and TOSBank are leading innovation, and existing financial companies are following suit. In this situation, in order for a company that provides B2B service to be differentiated, it must be able to identify the needs of B2B customers, that is, the end users, and suggest ideas that can provide value to B2B customers in advance. As telecommunication service providers are expanding from telephones and lease lines businesses that they did before, now it is competing with IT solution companies and SI companies, and the boundary of competition are expanding. Recently, it has expanded to digital area and are competing with big IT companies and are competing and cooperating in this co-opetition situation. Let's look at the global telco companies. Global telco companies are considering the B2B business as a stepping stone for growth and also are taking up non-telecommunication businesses by taking over companies in non-communication fields such as cloud and security. AT&T, Verizon, BT, Telstra have been recently performing M&A, and they are trying to dominate the non-communication sector. 70% of the M&A is from non-communication sector. Guhyun-mo, the CEO of KT, has announced Digital KT and has revealed his vision to focus on the B2B market with AI, big data, cloud business. Accordingly, we plan to increase KT's non-telecommunication sales to 50% of the total sales by 2025. Telco companies in the past was focused on connection, but now they're focusing on accumulating data through cloud and also AI and big data to understand data and utilizing it. Their core competencies are changing. KT in the past was a network-based company, but now is promoting 14 core DX areas based on ABC. Also, as a DX partner, we plan to target the DX market from consulting to product, building system, and customer support, and provide end-to-end services to provide customized DX to customers. Next, I'd like to talk about KT's B2B projects and businesses. As we experience the COVID-19 pandemic, many companies think they have done a good digital transformation. However, according to BCG's research results, only 30% of the companies attempting digital transformation are being successful in DX. They were not able to achieve their digital transformation initiative or making meaningful changes. There are some hurdles on companies in promoting DX. They lack understanding and investment, confidence in DX, and they have difficulty in securing DX manpower and lack of internal consensus. Lastly, the rejection of new technologies such as AI and robots acts as a hurdle. In order to overcome this, KT is providing consulting and training programs. KT is providing IDC and is providing industry-specific cloud services. If you look at these specific industries that it is providing, it is trying to help medical industries and various industries. And also it has customized DX platforms and provide the DX transformation to its customer companies. KT is also trying to provide a transformation of digital in an efficient way. It's not only providing infrastructure, but it's also providing AI, big data, IoT, blockchain, DevOps, and various platforms. Also, in finance, public, manufacturing, healthcare, they're providing various solutions according to the needs of the customers. KT is working with various institutions and is leading DX. AI Cloud and Metaverse, we have established one team. AI One Team works with various companies and universities and provides voice recognition, video, and robot, and provides these AI conversion technologies to bring to market these innovative technologies. As have been mentioned, DX needs digital talents. In order to do this, we are putting in a lot of effort. We have a nurturing project from 2020, and we are also providing DX Proud training to our employees. Also, recently, we have an AVIL school that is in order to train our students, and we have level certification system and also open courses in order to promote the understanding of the importance of DX and nurture these digital talents. Digital KT is also working on contact center, logistics, robots, CITS, industrial safety, and energy. There are 6 business models for this new conversions. First, the AI contact center. KT has the biggest call center solution, and we also have the Giga engine, and we can provide solutions to our customers thanks to our know-how. Voice recognition and in-time services are possible, and insurance, shares, and stock companies, and even car rental companies are becoming our customers. As I have mentioned, we are also providing support to the micro enterprises for contact center. There are small companies which cannot employ these call center employees, and for them, we're supporting them with our call assistance service. And we also have the 잘나가게, which is AI big data based business area analysis service. AI service robots. In the AI hotel robots, which was opened in 2019 December, it is being used in Novotel and Hyatt. From providing basic hotel necessity to wine, these robots are providing these services to the guest room unattended. For hotel staff, it has a positive effect by shortening the time for simple, repetitive tasks. The KT F&B service robot started sales in July 2021 and is being currently operated in restaurants such as Mad for Garlic, Modern Shabu House, and Chosun Palace. Equipped with state-of-the-art solutions such as 3D spatial mapping and autonomous driving technology, it is possible to freely move in narrow passages between tables and to move to the destination by flexibly avoiding obstacles. Lastly, we are going to market the infectious disease prevention robot. It is being piloted right now. It can disinfect a 80-pyong office in only 14 minutes. Next is logistics. We use the big data of logistics, and we have come up with a route optimization algorithm. We provide these logistics optimization services that automatically establishes optimal transportation routes and operation schedules. This platform uses the logistics data, real-time traffic conditions, cargo value, and also the size and weight of the cargo vehicle, narrow road, and is increasing the convenience and shortening the moving distance. We did a pilot project. We achieved that there was improved convenience for delivery managers and reduced transportation costs. Next is CITS. KT has Jeju CITS, Daegu Technopolis, and we are the #1 CITS operator. It utilizes 5G V2X technology and also uses their communication data and public data for traffic information analysis, and are using these for the transportation service. We're able to look at the public transport demand supply, traffic accident, traffic flow prediction, and impact analysis for alternative policies for congested roads. Next is safety. There was the 2018 conveyor belt accident, and in 2020 there was the Icheon Logistics Center fire accident. And there are going to be the implementation of Serious Accidents Punishment Act next year. Through various technologies, we are trying to prevent major disasters and also trying to support these customers during golden time. We're doing various real-time management to prevent the collapse of the workers, and also we are coming up with virtual fence space and interworking systems in order to minimize safety blind spots. Also, through intelligent video analysis system, we are providing various VMS services. KT provides an intelligent energy solution that can integrate and manage energy resources through the integrated energy management platform KT MEG. We can analyze real-time the consumption situation, and also we can make profit out of selling the power to power exchange. And also, we are providing optimal EPC solution for new and renewable energy facilities. I have explained to you our B2B and B2C project, and now it's my concluding words. As mentioned earlier, the importance of DX is growing day by day. However, as we all are aware, Korean companies' DX pursuant ratio is only 30%. Not only companies, but also governments, we are in urgent need for a DX conversion policy. KT started as Korea's first telecom operator about 130 years ago and has been responsible for key communication networks from phones to lease lines. In the current digital era, we're seeking a change into Digico KT, a digital company responsible for Korea's DX. What we expect and hope for, and the road for Korea to take, the path for Korea to take is that KT is to become a leading company in DX and Korea to grow as a leading digital country. And for this, not only in infra, but also platform solution, KT tries and endeavors to provide to Korea. And that is a pledge that I can share with you. Thank you. Thank you. We were able to hear about the new normal, about KT's future strategy on digital transformation. Thank you once again for your presentation.
And next, the second presenter is from Germany's renowned ICT research entity, Fraunhofer's IGT, which specializes in computer graphic research. The head of Smart Living and Biometrics Technology, Mr. Florian Kirsch-Buschner, will speak about the topic Smart City Revolution. Mr. Kirsch-Buschner specialized in computer science at the Darmstadt University of Technology and has been with Fraunhofer Institute since 2014, conducting research on the digital transformation of smart cities. Here is the pre-recorded video presentation.
Okay, thank you for the invitation and the possibility to talk about smart city in the context of digital transformation. But let me start a long time before we had smart cities. Mankind began very early to change the environment according to their ideas. The oldest tool that is known to mankind is between 2.6 and 1.5 million years old. The chopper, a single shafted screed tool was mainly used to split long bones in order to extract bone marrow. The need for food was the first to be satisfied by man-made tools, and protection was next. Through the use of tools, people were able to cultivate land and settle down. While settling down, the first house was probably built 1.8 million years ago. Okay, it's a debatable thesis because modern stone surrounding around slight sunken recess of the earth is not left. But one house was not enough. The oldest known settlement found in what is now Israel today, it's about 20,000 years old. And it was even inhabited years around, just like our house today. Over time, larger and more modern cities were built. While early settlement grew organically, we began to plan cities and settlements. While European cities, for example, have an overground urban core, the cities of the New World, America, are strictly arranged and divided into blocks on a geometric forms. In some parts of the world, cities were demolished and new magnificent cities were rebuilt, more according to beauty and imagination, less according to utility. But usually cities have the purpose to provide benefits for the residents. While cities are primarily intended to provide protection, this form of coexistence also entails risk. We are becoming vulnerable to new dangers and threats more and more. Cities are made just to the accumulation of stones, more than tools, often space to live. We live in them. Cities are the center of our lives. Cities are the center of society. They are meetings for different culture and values. They are protecting us. With increasing urbanization, mounting cost pressure, and demand for improvement quality of life, there is now a global movement toward infrastructure consolidation, upgrade, and continuous improvement. Driver for smart cities are the increased use of public transit, the need for increased visibility of building plans, the requirement to reduce energy consumption through smarter buildings and more efficient power and water delivery, the need for better traffic management. Water and wastewater management must be constantly innovated and maintained for public health. The ability to connect and exchange information between departments and functions is critical to making more informed decisions. This, coupled with large greenfield capital projects founded of private and public entities, complex energy management, rising operation costs, and advancement in technologies, mean there is now a greater need than ever for seamless integration between systems, sites, people, and also assets, improved operational efficiency, and reduced energy costs. Adherence to various securities, cybersecurity, safety, and regulatory compliance. Not just delivering on a service level agreement, but exciting expectations. To accomplish this, infrastructure operators must extend their sites beyond traditional key performance indicators and monitoring real-time operations. They have to handle and use these new tools. The tools are building systems, and smart systems can be used to build cities. Cities are systems of systems. They must leverage the latest technological advancements in data, analytics, and advanced visualization and workflow management capabilities to ensure sustainable innovation through digitalization. For smart cities to be efficient, they must be able to connect, to collect, to analyze, and act from disparate data sources. First, a smart city connects and collects information about itself through sensors and other devices and existing systems. Next, it communicates that data using wired or wireless network and databases. Thirdly, it analyzes the data and understands what's happening now and what is likely to happen next. Finally, it has to act based on this intelligence. We are always dealing with some challenges. We are living in application silos. Operators often have multiple departments and functions, but to remain competitive, they need a more holistic view of all end-to-end operations and any given point in time. Information exchange with multiple applications and systems, it can be difficult to have full visibility, which makes critical decision-making even more complicated. Siloed applications mean that the information technology layers down not interact with operational technology systems used to monitor events, processes, and devices. This makes it challenging to make effective adjustments in operations and to respond quickly when crises arise. And finally, operators have often poor visibility into availability of tools and assets, and therefore how to utilize them in an optimal way. A transformative integration approach is required to span across various applications, including facility management, utilities, telecommunication, transportation, health, and e-governance. The most effective approach then is not just connect all these disparate functions, but to collect, analyze, and then act as a unified and holistic intelligence with the help of real-time data. Therefore, we have to break down the silos. With smart cities, the objective is to enable city leaders to better serve citizens and businesses. A command and control center based on an integrated system of systems approach can be used to leverage information from various data sources to anticipate and resolve problems even before they are presented. In the increasingly complex world of infrastructure, technology is the powerful unifying tool. A system of system integration approach can break down data silos, promote cross-functional collaboration, and optimize the ability to cities to make faster, more informed decision and speed crisis response. So stop thinking in tools and single efforts. Start thinking in a holistic manner. Start thinking in systems of systems. Doing so provides a centralized infrastructure that supports operations and consumers across the entire value chain. Combining information technology and operational technology and having a system that communicates effectively means reduce total cost of ownership through better systems integration and by leveraging investments already made in systems and application. Improved assets utilization and availability of assets with minimal downtime. Improve predictability of asset maintenance. Improved experience through digitalization of processes, information, and communication. And lower implementation costs with a hardware-agnostic unified platform. There is also not only an evolution in tools, but also an evolution by tools. Humans not only have new tools to shape their environment, these new tools have also an influence on us. They change our view of things and arise new questions. What about our privacy? Do we even want to accept the use of this technology? How is our risk behavior changing? Will we become more reckless on the street? What impact will a smart city also have on social structures? Do we reduce the difference between rich and poor, or do we amplify the effect? There are my risks, but also opportunities for mankind. Cities, like most government organizations, are risk averse. Few want to be leaders. Some want to be fast followers, and many adopt a wait-and-see attitude to new ideas, products, and services until they have been proven to work and deliver desired value and outcomes. This makes sense given the local governments are responsible for spending taxpayer money, and failure is seen at the very least as waste and at most as ineptitude or even corruption. Cities need to understand and increase their risk tolerance and learn how to manage risk and innovation. The two go hand in hand. If organizations can manage innovation and risk better, then it's possible to take more risk. But by definition, being innovative requires exposing oneself to one's organization to failure, trying new things, using an iterative process built up on success and failure over time. There also have to be some, there also has to be someone in charge of innovation, like chief innovation officer, and a team of experts, and they have to develop smart cities assets in an iterative learning way. Involving the community in decision making also reduced this risk. If we are willing to be bold and take risks, we stop thinking in silos. If we make wise use of the tools available, then we can shape the future of smart cities together. And it remains an exciting question how we will use these tools. Fraunhofer is the world leading applied research organization for applied research in the world. It's founded in 1949 in Germany. Actually, it operates 75 institutes, and we have 29,000 people employed at Fraunhofer today. So it's a big research society. And one of the institutes is Fraunhofer IGD, Fraunhofer Institute for Computer Graphics Research, based here in Darmstadt. And I'm working here in Darmstadt at Fraunhofer IGD. We have also substitutes in Kiel and Rostock, cities in Germany, and we're strongly connected to Fraunhofer Austria and Fraunhofer Singapore. The main focus of our work is to capture the real world, to vision analytics, to build models and digital twins from this data, analyze this data, and reproduce or react to the real world, doing by visualization or 3D printing also. In smart city context, we are working in different projects here in Darmstadt and also in all over Germany. One project, for example, is monitoring the lane use via satellite at Germany's first e-highway. The e-highway is a selected highway equipped with overhead lines to recharge trucks while driving. And we analyze the behavior of the trucks, how they are using these lines. We are also developing storage system for geographic information and tools to measuring the world by satellites, drones, or mobile cams. It's a little bit challenging. We have great values and the data are very complex. So we built our own systems, providing it to different cities in the world for using their data and with our system. We are also developing planning tools using VR and AR that can be used by municipalities all over the world. We developed the European project Smarticipate. Smarticipate was a project together with Hamburg, Rome, and London. And we developed a platform so people can use this platform. They can use their tablets, their smartphones to submit ideas for developing their own town. By connecting the data sources available from urban planning, users get direct feedback on the feasibility of their ideas. The advantage of this is that the city government ends up with ideas that are feasible in principle and that will also be accepted by the public later on. So perhaps, for example, you can do some tree planning, and you can see how will it look like if a tree is built in this area, or you get information about the CO2 savings by this trees, or also negative impact on some potential solar pads in the neighborhood. This information are connected, analyzed in real time, so you get a real-time feedback. Another field that is very close to my heart, it's ambient assisted living, AAL. Here we want to enable seniors to live as long as possible independently in their own homes. We are currently developing a neighborhood for about 300 residents in buildings dating from the 1960s to the 1970s. The apartments will be equipped with smart home technologies. In addition, systems for fall detection, for recording of vital data and emotion recognition, and more will be installed. The apartments independently recognize when emergency situations arises. First, a neighbor is automatically called and asked for help. If he agrees, the apartment door opens automatically and can help his neighbor. If no one can help, the rescue service is automatically called. We also have navigation system for walkers, for the older people, or assistant robots, and much more which we are working on. These are some projects for smart living, for smart cities. We are also working at Athene. Athene, the National Center for Applied Cybersecurity. My department is doing research in 2 of 5 missions. First, the next generation biometric system, it is called, where we analyze and develop methods for identification of persons. And second, in the mission to resilient urban infrastructure. Here we try to detect anomalies by big data analysis on fusion sensor data from smart cities. A very important thing for us is also privacy. Even if, especially if you're using biometric methods in smart cities, you have to identify, to authenticate, and these are very the data are very I didn't get the word. The data are touching your privacy, so it's very important to save them and to secure this data. So in Germany overall there are many initiatives on smart cities, but mostly they are very fragmented. They are all pieces of puzzles, and they need to be connected and integrated into real smart cities. Let me say a few words about Darmstadt. Darmstadt is a great place to be. It's not very beautiful. It's not very big. We have about 160,000 people living here, but it's very innovative. It's a very innovative city. Darmstadt has honored City of the Future. Darmstadt also won the national competition as Digital City, but Darmstadt is only on its way to become a true smart city. We have very innovative people. Darmstadt, the European Space Operations Center, also EUMETSAT Satellite Control Center is placed in Darmstadt. We have 44,000 students. We have 3 Fraunhofer institutes. We have the National Center for Cybersecurity. Helmholtz is currently building a new particulate accelerator facility called FAIR. Darmstadt is also headquarters of Software AG, one of Germany's biggest IT companies. It's also headquarters of Merck Pharma and Chemicals, and it's an important site for Deutsche Telekom. Darmstadt was the first city covered by a 5G communication network in Germany. All in this smart city with 160,000 people. So we have the potential to build a smart city. We're doing projects also in smart city. So Darmstadt is using this power, and it's on the process to become a smart city. We have, small project like garbage can that report when they are full, or smart traffic lights and drones that transport medicine into surrounding villages. But that's just the beginning of being a smart city. The city also makes all the data collected by traffic lights, streetcars, lanterns, air sensors, and so on, openly available. As a researcher, we can work with the data and drive the development. This way, we can work without silos. And that's a big advantage of Darmstadt. Darmstadt is trying to connect the systems, is trying to build a system of systems, and we are trying to turn down the silos. And this is why I love Darmstadt, even it is not a very, very nice, beautiful city. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that presentation.
Next, we're going to hear from Oh Byung-jun, the Managing Director of Siemens DISW Korea. He has served as the head of business division and general manager at IBM. He also has been the CEO of Teradata Korea, vice president of Oracle Middleware Division in Korea, and CEO of SAS Korea. Currently, he is the managing director. Please come up to the podium. Let's give him a warm hand.
Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Oh Byung-jun, Managing Director of Siemens DISW Korea. As we are behind schedule, I was asked to strictly stick to the given time of 20 minutes, and I will do my best to do so. So we heard earlier from Mr. Park of KT that we are standing at a very critical stage, and I couldn't agree more. In manufacturing, 27 to 30% reliance on digital technologies is the current number. To maintain and continue leadership in manufacturing, digital transformation is needed, and the two pillars under that is smart factory and digital manufacturing. So I'm sure that you are very familiar with the concept of smart factory. But if we may look back at manufacturing, we used to mass produce single variety of single product, but then we moved on to a fixed automation stage, conveyors and assembly lines. And this type of production continues on today, but if you look at the Z Flip 3 from Samsung Electronics, or bespoke refrigerators, cell phones, and so on. Yes, these bespoke models are more about how they look, but to reflect them into production, it takes a large amount of skills, manufacturing skills. To produce small variety of products, human hand was most efficient means, but human hand cannot mass produce. So ultimately, we are going towards flexible and autonomous factory. So the final highlight of my presentation is from smart factory conversion into flexible and autonomous factory. So this is quite a technical slide, but just if you look at the key terms, automation, I just described, and integration of IT systems, and how data is exchanged between the IT systems. And R&D is fed into the loop. So this is what we call a closed loop quality, and ultimately we reach autonomous stage. So this is a fully automated factory where less human resources are used. And yesterday we signed an MOU with a large Korean company, and the CEO of that company said that he wants to build a factory with no human staff on site. So what do people do? Very safe and very creative work. So a number of different technologies will be involved. Being smart means what? It means lots of intelligence, but also being able to rapidly and in very much detail and fact-based logical detection of what is happening. And what is next? You need to have time to think, analyze, and decide. And once you've decided, you need to take action. So these are the 4 steps of the highest intelligence that humans have. Why don't we implement this in factories? So, for example, there can be machine-to-machine communication. People do not carry data or items, but machines do. So that is the key technology involved. Internet of Things, or IoT, you've heard of it all. It is not widely applied yet. If you look at the technological trends of Korea and the relevant investments, IoT is an area that has so much potential, but still is still only at a trendy stage. But more research is required for IoT to realize a smarter factory. Industry 4.0. Why 4.0? Because it's the 4th industrial revolution. And if you look at the factory of an Industry 4.0 age, after you build a factory, you plan the production, you operate, and you get the ingredients or supplies from the supply chain. And then through the logistics system, you deliver the product to the customer. So there are a number of different steps involved, and these are the most basic concepts. The most basic concept is that data is connected end to end. It's all easy to say, but the IT systems are very complicated, and there are old, dilapidated facilities that do not even produce data. So do you do away with those facilities? Well, you cannot tell SMEs to do away with all those old facilities and get new ones. What do you do with those old facilities? Smart factories detect and take action based on as much data as possible in this ultra-connected age. Then what is digital manufacturing? It is a slightly different concept. Digital manufacturing, for instance, there is one factory, a physical factory, and there is a virtual factory. Samsung, LG, Hyundai Motor, these large companies and SMEs in Korea, there are hundreds of factories under those companies around the world. The factories are on site physically, but what controls the factories and operates the factories, the virtual factories, can exist in Korea. And these virtual factories can control and sense what is happening on site around the world and make decision, analyze data, and take action. So that virtual factory can be built. So if you have 100 different physical factories, you can have 3 digital twin factories in 3 locations, for instance, Korea, US, and Europe, to control all the hundreds of factories. Depending on the economic situation, the consumers, and the product trends, factories do not persist forever. They are sometimes merged or relocated. And those changes are simulated in the virtual plants in advance to find the optimal action to take. So that is the concept of digital manufacturing. So you see words like IT and OT. I'm sure you're familiar with them. You develop software for the computers, and that is IT. OT means operational technology. The technologies that are used on-site in factories are OT. Previously, OT and IT were separated. So IT experts did not have a full understanding of OT, and OT experts were a little bit hesitant about accepting the latest IT. So that sort of hindered the development of technology. But now, thanks to the software development, IT layers, for example, the software mobile applications on your phones are notable examples. Usually it would take 1 month to develop an application, but now you can do it in a couple of days. And all that development is taking place at the IT layer. And what happens at the OT layer? I mentioned the smart factory earlier. There are on-site facilities that produce products with generating a lot of data. And as long as you attach data, you can sense attach a sensor, you can collect all the data reaching terabyte levels. So 1 terabyte is actually a large size. It may seem small, but it's actually very big. So a facility that produces data, analyzes data, and takes action, the facilities must be top-notch, cutting-edge, and they are bound to be expensive. And if you look near the bottom, there's the term edge computing. Facilities do what they need to do. Edge computing would be laid side by side to the facilities to extract the data in a very high-speed manner and upload them onto cloud. So edge computing technologies are advancing very, very quickly. Facilities are like a muscular athlete, and next to the athlete, there is a doctor sitting next to him with a stethoscope to see how efficiently the facility is moving, whether there are any noise coming out or vibration. All those data are extracted very quickly so that the right action could be taken. And this is what is done by edge computing, meaning that OT and IT are integrated continuously. KT is the best IT company in Korea, and the best policymaker, KISDI, are joining hands to hold this conference, which in itself is very meaningful. Digital enterprise, a digital factory, would consist of these 4 simple circles. The first one is virtual product. Product and digital twin. So developing a product with your software, not physically. And you need to produce your products. Before you build a factory, you simulate it in the virtual world with the computer. You set up all the virtual facilities, and robots are placed inside with some staff members, AGB. And all those facilities are built into your virtual factory to simulate the production and all the things that may happen in the factory before you actually build up a physical factory. And then you start building the factory and start producing. So what happens then? Once you have a product, you need to make sure that the product performance is up to your expectations from the producer's perspective, R&D perspective, and the consumer's perspective. So that's how all these different circles are connected into a closed loop. The data from the vehicles and construction, materials, vessels, railroad, trains, all the data coming out of these different ends are fed back to the loop for analysis. So this is what we mean by seamless integration. Seamless meaning that you don't see the seams of where the different patches of your fabric are knitted together. So in a seamless integration, this closed-loop digital twin would be the basic concept behind the autonomous factory. So of course, costs will be saved. It's better than to take trial and errors after building up a factory. This is much better for saving costs. ERP, PLM, other systems need to be integrated.
And these are very IT stuff, so you don't have to understand all of this. But development, there's the planning, validation, execution, and delivery. This overall process, the data are all connected. If you follow these arrows, you can see that they're all connected. So you may think that the aren't factories all be connected? But that isn't actually the case. So the CEOs, when they are able to connect all of these processes, it is really going to help their digital transformation. There's the virtual production and real production. These are twins, so they are identical. But are twins really identical 100%? They could be, but they could also not be. But what we mean by digital twin in Smart Factory is that they are 100% identical. So how can we make the system to be 100% identical is going to be the key to the success of the digital twin system. This is a closed-loop smart manufacturing platform where we all have our experts in each areas. You should do a little bit of Googling and do a little bit of studies. And if you are interested, please call us. Then we would be able to help you out with some of the questions. I have 3 minutes left. Now I'm going to share with you some of our smart factory cases. You probably have gone here or even heard about this. This is the factory in Germany's Hamburg. This is the oldest and also the cutting-edge smart factory in the world. In the last few years, I think 13 years, about 15 years, the production cost has increased to 13 times. If you look at the black line, there is a black line, which is the number of staffs. You can see that the production volume has increased by more than 10 times, but the number of staffs actually has not gone up that much. And the quality is becoming better and better. And there's about 6 defects in 100 million. And we are providing and producing a product every 1 second. There's also the Chengdu factory. What we are trying to focus here is to train the talents. Lee Yong-lee is the factory leader at Chengdu factory. He used to work at the Hamburg factory, but now he's working as the leader of the Chengdu factory. He has a very deep philosophy and also a very big understanding of this. You can see that our staffs of the Chengdu factory are some have graduated from high school, some graduated from university. And if you become an engineer, then you get the empowerment to make all the decision of the production. And it is very important what training and education you get. And there's these different level of training that we provide. And we also, Siemens and the Chinese government is coming up with a smart factory, which is being built. And this has not actually been realized in Korea, but we have also worked with Korean governments in order to use these referent models, and we will continue to share knowledge with the Korean government for this area. I'm going to talk about Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagen. Mercedes-Benz we have a MO360 project. First is to have the future of technology in industry. Second is the future of sustainability in industry. What we mean by sustainability is to reduce CO2 and to have zero carbon in the air. And third, we are going to jointly hold the Digital Factory Campus. KT's managing director said that talents and people are the most important. So we are also going to nurture these talents in the Digital Factory Campus. There's about 256 production sites around the world in Volkswagen, and we are trying to make that all go up in the cloud and do the analysis. And also, we're trying to make the Volkswagen industrial cloud. Many Korean conglomerates are looking into this, how they can use the public cloud in an efficient way so that they can make the manufacturing system more advanced and also do virtual management of the factory And I think it will help the Korean companies in the future. And if you're interested, I'm going to give you further information later. And we also provide Siemens accelerator service. And how is my time keeping? Yes. I have 5 minutes left. So I want to share with you a Siemens autonomous factory vision. Let me share with you the vision. The factory uses KT's 5G. We have drones in our factory, and the drones confirm the defects. And if there's a problem, we have the heavy facilities remove this defective products. This is our video clip for autonomous factory. Could we have some sound? Can you hear it? Am I the only one who can't hear the sound? The engineers at the back, please help me. Well, because of the time constraint, we'll just have a look at the video clip, and if we can have sound in the middle, that would be perfect. We shall just continue with it. Do you think we can have sound? I don't think we can have the sound. Oh, we have the sound. Thank you.
We at Siemens advance industrial automation beyond imagination to make this happen. Before production can start, the order is analyzed to derive the materials and the processes needed to do the job.
So there is an order that
We
came
also
in,
choose
and
the
we
most
do the
appropriate
analysis.
factory for the order in terms of available capabilities, supply chain aspects,
And
the
also
best climate
choose the
control.
optimal
We
factory
envision that
to do the
companies strive to
production
produce
as soon as
only
we
what is
get the
really
order.
requested, to be more economical and to save valuable resources. After analyzing the priority of the unloading process, intelligent algorithms allocate suitable resources based on their offered skill set and availability. Huge amounts of data need to be analyzed in the production process, like the video stream of a drone that identifies the position of the supplied materials and checks the delivery for completeness and damage, all at the same time. However, not all tasks can be solved fully automatically. Human expertise and intuition are still crucial to make critical decisions in the autonomous factory.
So the final decision making is done by
and collaborate
humans.
to complete tasks quickly and efficiently. Tasks such as triggering material transportation. With the scanned information, the autonomous units know what to do and ensure a smooth unloading process, all without complex engineering of each process step. Each autonomous unit offers a set of skills. For the execution of a skill, workflows are generated on the fly by considering the environment and the given process goal. A variety of AI technologies are used to solve complex tasks, such as the unloading of a pallet in an automated way. All automated processes are continually monitored by certified advanced safety concepts for human-machine interaction. In rapidly changing environments, self-adapting safety functions are crucial to produce efficiently and, more importantly, safely. As customized products require individual manufacturing solutions, additive manufacturing allows for completely new shapes and forms hardly possible in conventional production. In our self-organizing production, autonomous units exchange information about their environment to collaborate in the real world. If a production step cannot be performed by a single production unit, the intelligent production system divides the process into subtasks. Then it assigns production modules to them, even considering tool changes and transportation times.
So I'd like to stop the video because we are out of time. So you can see this video on autonomous factory of Siemens. It is 5 minutes 4 seconds, so please refer to that video. Hyundai Motors, there's the e-Forest, and there's also various visionary videos, so please view those videos from the process perspective or from the robotic perspective. I think you can all benefit from that despite your different backgrounds. I hope that you make attempts, make considerations, and sometimes you may succeed, sometimes you may fail, but I hope that those experiences all accumulate so that we can indeed be a leader in digital factories. Siemens is going to work our best for that, and with this I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we are going to start the discussion,
which will be moderated by Professor Im Kyu-gon of Hanyang University, Department of Business Administration, who has also served as the president of Korea Society of IT Services and chairs the Smart Cities Committee of Seoul City, and is currently a professor of business administration at Hanyang University. Professor Lim, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I am the moderator of this panel session. I'm president of Korea Society of IT Services and professor at Hanyang University. My name is Im Kyu-gon. We all hear that singularity will come soon. Digital revolution, fourth industrial revolution, digital innovation are receiving much attention. And around this time, we are here to discuss the strategies of digital transformation. And we heard three presentations. The first presenter,
he talked about the vision of digital KT, which was a transformation to ABC.
And the second presenter about the smart city, going back to the prehistoric era all the way to the modern day. And he sent us a video from Darmstadt, Germany. When I worked for KT, the Korea's CoreNet, the very first internet technology provided in Korea in 1994-5, there was the third World Wide Web conference that was held in Darmstadt, and I recall participating in that conference, and I remember Darmstadt to be a very small and beautiful city, and to present the smart city innovations taking place there, I was quite impressed. And finally, Mr. Oh Byung-jun from Siemens DISW Korea has talked about the smart factory strategy and case studies. Seamless closed-loop digital twin were quite impressive concepts to hear about. So about these three presentations, we have 5 expert panelists to have a discussion. Let me briefly introduce today's panelists. We have Professor Lee Jung-hoon to my left from Yonsei University. Is also the head of the MOLIT Smart City Committee. We also have Mr. Yeom Son-ho, manager of Strategic Support Headquarters at KMR. And we also have Lee-Soo-ah, Siemens Digital Industry. Oh, I'm very sorry. It's actually Mr. Oh Byung-jun joining us.
네, 오병준 대표님께서 오늘 직접 패널에 참석해 주셨습니다. 그리고 오늘 아까 KT에서 발표해 주신
And Mr. Heo Seok-jun, Senior Vice President of KT Emory.
그리고
And also from Darmstadt, Fraunhofer IGD, we have research scientist Sylvia Roos joining us online via Zoom. Thank you. So the topic is digital transformation. For a successful digital transformation, government, enterprises, citizens, academia all need to make their efforts. In the interest of time, and since we have 5 panelists, rather than an in-depth discussion, I would like to relate to the 3 presentations and just listen to the comments of our 5 experts on the presentations given earlier. So I will give 5 minutes each to each panelist, so you can talk about the perspective of the roles and changes of the government, industry, academia, and citizens, how they relate to digital transformation. So just in the order of introduction, let's start with Professor Lee regarding smart cities and data. What is your comment?
Thank you. I am Professor Lee Jung-hoon of Yonsei University. I think we have heard a lot from Dr. Kirk Berkner's presentation. I think from our perspective, data smart city or database smart city, in order to establish that, we need to connect the siloed division, and we need a data hub. And it's not simply a connection of various data as a hub, but we need to bring innovation, a new type of innovation through that connection. We are working with Cambridge, and Yonsei University is going to come up with a Smart City Index report in 2022. And we have done the service, and we found that in various service, infrastructure, and the point, for 41% was utilizing intelligent technologies. And so these various technologies are actually being implemented in various cities in order to become a smart city. We talked a lot about human-centric. In order to have a smart city based on human, we need digital people, we need digital citizens, and we need the participation of the citizens. And in order to do that, we also need to train them, and we need to let them to participate and be involved in resolving these city-related problems. There's a smart district, which is an innovation zone, and we are actually being able to have innovation thanks to this zone. This isn't just a collection of data, but it's about how human, technology, and infrastructure all are connected. And we need to have a true smart city established. And in order to establish that smart city, we need governance, we need policies as a background. I think KISDI is also doing various works and efforts for this end. I think we need to prepare for this new type of city in this new era. It's not just a problem of technology, a problem of data integration, but it's a human-centered and citizen-led smart city. This is something that we need to consider in the future. Thank you. Thank you. So Professor Lee Jung-hoon is doing a lot of activities in Korea regarding smart city, and he also is developing indexes related to smart city and has also emphasized the importance of citizen participation. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to invite Manager Yeom Sun-ho to speak more about the SME's perspective. Yes, hello. As introduced, I am Manager of Strategic Support Headquarters of KMR, Sunho Yeom. Before I start, I'd like to say that I am very grateful to be here amongst great experts in this session. And my wife gave me what they call a BB cream for my facial application, but I don't think it's very effective as I can see myself on the screen. Anyways, we are providing support for SMEs to diffuse the smart factory technology, and we are providing training and education for SMEs for 4 years this year. So let me base my talk on my 4-year experience. In 2017, when smart factories were first adopted in Korea, at the time, low growth, decline in working population, and lack of workforce was the biggest challenge, and that was when Korea adopted the 52-hour work week. So for SMEs, there were many challenges. And there was the fourth industrial revolution taking place with rapid technological changes. The concept of smart factory in 2017 was able to provide a solution to all these challenges. So in step with that change, the government planned to provide 30,000 smart factories by 2022 by providing physical and financial investment. The quality and quantitative success was achieved. Last year, we've already surpassed the 20,000 smart factory mark, and last year, according to a survey of smart factory adopters, we were able to find great achievements and results. So smart factory has been provided to different SMEs, and meeting the SME leaders recently, I often hear that they received government support, or with the leadership of CEOs, smart factories were adopted, but they are at a loss of what to do going forward. They are talking about how to further advance the technologies, because for SMEs, the word advancement itself sounds very fancy and grandiose. So smart also means intelligent. It's not a matter of whether you have intelligence, it's a matter of how high the intelligence is. So right now, smart factories in Korea are at the lowest level of technologies. To further advance and elevate that into a higher level of technologies, what needs to be done? And this is what the SMEs are pondering on. And meeting SME leaders and digital leaders at SMEs, there are 3 common challenges that they point to. Number 1, although we have a quantitative success in diffusing smart factories, too much focus was on the quantity. And what we now face is that softwares in your smartphones, for example, are updated regularly. And smart factories that are adopted need to be upgraded. So because too much focus was on the quantity, upgrading or maintaining the systems is a challenge. So for further development and advancement, they are facing challenges in terms of upgrading the technologies. And number 2 is workforce, which connects to the number 1 problem. In the beginning, I mentioned a couple of challenges that were able to be solved through smart factories. This is a matter of supply of workforce, but also, despite the fact that we have an optimal solution, there are no workforces with the right skill sets to use the solution on site. So to further advance technology, we need people who understand the culture, product, the production process, and we need to train those workforces. Although we do provide the training and education, we did provide some introductory level of education, but as the technology advances, we need to be able to train a higher level of workforces with greater expertise. So we need to work with the government ministries to develop curriculums and to train a relevant pool of experts. And thirdly, it's more comprehensive. Providing smart factories are more focused on automating processes and digital transformation. So in the assembly line, vertical integration has led to greater production, but smart factories is not just about manufacturing, but in R&D or logistics, and horizontal integration for optimal production. So that is the goal of smart factories. But smart factory policies for SMEs are too focused on automation. And other sides of the smart factory concept is not catching up. So going forward, I think that these policies need to be provided hand in hand and evened out throughout all the concepts and elements of smart factories. So that is just the gist of my talks. And still, there are many SMEs who are challenged with the adoption of smart factories in the first place. And policies that support SMEs are already in place, and the government is setting aside a huge amount of investments. But some SMEs do not know about such policies. But going above that, to reach Industry 4.0, 3.1, I think we are at the stage of 3.2 or 3.3 at the moment. So to go over to Industry 4.0, we need continued support and government policies and the change of mindset of those on site. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Yum has mentioned the perspective of SMEs and their challenges in adopting smart factories. Regarding advancement of technologies, rather than quantity, quality must be a greater focus going forward. Workforce training and integration were the three top challenges mentioned. Thank you.
Next, we're going to hear from Managing Director Oh Byung-jun. If he could talk a little bit more about smart factory, is there something that you would like to add? Or if you want to talk about the government policy, if you would like to further comment on these topics. Thank you. I heard from the professor as well as the manager, and I also agree with these two panelists. I want to talk about talent nurturing and also the involvement of youths. How are we going to train and foster our talents? There is about 15 comprehensive university that we have signed an MOU, and we are providing them with our softwares for their research purposes, and they are very thankful for the service that we provide them. Especially mechanical engineering graduates fill our staffs, and they are very honest and they're very down to earth and they work very hard. And I think Korean engineers are really great. The problem that we are facing right now is smart factory digital manufacturing is about we are trying to have this horizontal integration of processes. You probably have heard a lot about PLM, which is about product lifecycle management. It is product lifecycle management, once again. And from design to production, it covers the overall production life cycle. And it's really difficult to find these PLM experts. Recently, we have done a number of PLM projects with conglomerates, and we are really trying to collect as much experts as possible, even from our competitors. What I want to ask you is, we need the training for the processes, these processes in the universities. The processes of manufacturing in universities, I would like to ask the academia for that. It's a very simple request. So if they are able to learn about these product life cycle for 1 semester or 2 semester, please come to Siemens. And if you are able to develop these processes, then we would be very happy. Also, we are strengthening our internship. I think many people in IT would probably agree with me. It's difficult to find these application developers. We have a shortage of talents. So what we say as a joke is that Rather than recruiting developers, it's even better to give birth to them and training them from very early stage. So I think we are really in a shortage of these important experts and talents. And there's really not a lot of people who understands the overall process. So digitalization and smart factory is about connection, right? As the director has mentioned and also the professor has mentioned, it's about connection. And in order to do this, they need to understand the process, but we don't have these process experts. So when we recruit the interns from universities, we actually have recruited 6 interns this year. And we're going to continue with that, whether they're from computing and major or engineering major. I wish there are more interns who apply to Siemens. And I would like to ask you to study more on PLM and these connected manufacturing, and also do your own personal education, because there is a lot of demand. And smart factory, once again, is about connectivity. So if you're able to understand this, and if you can have this flow of data, there is a lot of experts in individual siloed areas, but not expert in understanding the overall process. This is being broadcasted on YouTube, so please study on PLM, process and development. And if you do that, then you will be able to be much sought after by global companies. And Siemens will continue to invest and will not shy away from the investment that we make to universities. Thank you, Oh Byung-jun. Thank you for even participating in the panel discussion. And he talked about the talent promotion and talent fostering and how important that is. We need talents who understand the overall process. And he said that we need to promote and foster these talents. I think the academia should pay attention to this comment and make some compliments to that. Thank you.
And next, from Darmstadt, we are joined by Dr. Sylvia Roos from Fraunhofer IGD. So we have heard about Darmstadt City by Dr. Courage Bushner in his presentation. And in relation to that, what are citizen efforts and changes for the smart city in Darmstadt?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for letting me participate at this prestigious discussion panel. Throughout my work in the field of ambient intelligence and assisted as active and living at Fraunhofer IGD, I have seen many times great ideas moving towards finding their way into the market. From this work, I would like to convey today 2 findings, which have their implications also in the field of civil society. The first one is the technology should not be a means to itself. The people have the need to create, implicate themselves, and get involved. And we, as technology providers of digital transformation, should welcome this and include the knowledge and experiences by co-designing the digital transformation together with those who should be the main beneficiaries of smart cities, the people who live there. So we should offer citizens the possibility to co-design and co-determine urban development. It could serve as a middle way out of the opposition between top-down planning and bottom-up small experiments. This could be an interactionist view to give citizens also in a voice in urban development. My second finding I would like to convey today is that open standards are needed for the integration and interconnection of smart city systems. In order to grow a system of systems, such as the smart city infrastructure, there have to be equal chances to participate for all parties. This creates a healthy competition among market players and allows for economic growth. How does this fit civil society? It allows for citizens to start new initiatives and easily integrate into the smart city services and thus evolve change from within. These are my two main messages I wanted to convey today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vos, first of all, for joining us from afar. So you mentioned the civic participation, joint development of the cities. Thank you very much for that message.
Lastly, we will hear from Senior Vice President Ho Seok-jun. KT is the host of today's conference. In order for digital transformation, what do we need? Is there something that you want to ask and make requests to the government or policy? And Park Yun-gyu, I know that the director is very busy, but he is still with us until the very end. So if you have any requests, please raise your request. Hello, I'm Ho Seok-jun. I see the director right in front of me, and so I'm a little burdened. But since this is a panel discussion, I would like to just be very frank and talk freely. I want to talk a little bit about the steel industry. In the past, steel industry was focused in Europe, and then it was shifted to US and Japan and in Korea. There were these traditional strongholds, and because of their existing facilities, they weren't able to innovate themselves and collapsed. And what I want to say is, if you focus on the legacy industries, legacy products, then you can't innovate. And even in digital transformation, what's the most important is that you can't focus too much on your past. If you do that, you will fail. If you look at the financial market, the internet banks are winning. It's because they did their design from zero base. And if you look at the traditional banks, they have adopted digital technology, but they have continued with their existing processes. So they weren't able to win the internet banks. What I want to talk about here is the business which has licenses, whether it's finance or telecommunication, there's these government regulations. And because of these regulations, they can't really advance because of these limitations. For example, which one has the highest computing system in the telco companies, 3 telco companies? It's KT. It's because we have been providing services for a very long time. So we have a funny payment system and various institutions. So our computing system is too heavy, and if we want to make a product, we need to change that computing system, and that costs a lot. And the reason why we can't innovate and we can't improve is we need to protect our customer. So there is a clash with innovation. Because we need to protect our customers, we can't do away with this legacy system. And amongst the 3 telcos, KT's call center assistants are the best, and they're the most talented. And it's because they have so much data behind them. But because of the sophistication of their work, they only stay with us for 3 months and they would leave because of the high workload. In order for us to innovate, we need to forget about the past. And I would like to ask the government to please change your policy and reduce the regulations for us to innovate. And if I add on to that, if you look at the universal service policy, in the past, in the 80s, system was important and universal service was important. But PSTN, is that really necessary for the universal service? We now internet service has become universal, then what about the past universal services? I think we need to give up on that, but we are having them in parallel. And what's interesting is there is the system that provides PSTN, and there isn't a manufacturer that produces this. We don't even have the components, but we need to continue with that service. These things are adding burden to companies like KT, and we are losing the opportunity to innovate. Europe and the US, these steel companies which dominated the market in the past, failed because of these legacy system. We need to look forward, not look back, and I would like to ask for the deregulation from the Korean government. And with that, I'd like to end my panel discussion. Thank you. So for innovation, we need to reduce the regulation and we need an innovative change in these policies. I think his point was very interesting. And also Florian said that the siloed system needs to be more integrated in the future. And to do that, we need to innovate these regulations and we need an open system. I think we are running out of time. If we had more time, we could even have entertained some questions from the floor, but because we are running out of time, we'd like to conclude the panel discussion for session 1. For digital transformation to be successful, we need the cooperation between the government, the companies, the academia, the industry, and the citizens. And I want to thank the presenters and the discussants for their expertise. And for digital transformation, we need process real-time company, and we need the perceptional, intelligent services, and we need value innovation. I want to thank the panelists and presenters once again, and I hope that the citizens change, the society change, and there is a value in innovation in our country. And with that, I'd like to conclude today's panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lim, once again for the engaging discussions and all 5 panelists. We are 2 hours into the conference. We will now take a 10-minute coffee break. The next session will start at 4:25. Thank you. Session 2 will soon begin. I'd like to ask all participants to kindly take your seats. Session 2 will begin shortly. I'd like to ask all participants on site to kindly be seated. Thank you. And now we will start session 2. The first presenter of session 2 is from KISDI's ICT Data Science Research Division. We have Dr. Kim Kyung-hoon. The title of this presentation is State of AI 2021 in Korea and its Implications. Please welcome Dr. Kim with a big hand. Dr. Kim received a PhD from KISDI and is covering areas of fourth industrial revolution, blockchain, big data, AI, and various other cutting-edge ICT fields for national strategy and policy development at KISDI. I would like to present the state of AI 2021 in Korea and the implications, policy implications. So this is the order of my presentation. I will start with a global AI trend, followed by the state of AI in Korea, specifically where Korea stands, and to diffuse AI adoption, what the government is doing in terms of policy, and finally, what are the policy implications and challenges and opportunities, and also how future policies should be implemented. Let me start with the global AI trend. State of AI report is released every year. It is about 120 pages long and covers the global AI trends. And in October 2021, the global AI trend was released, and we at KISDI extracted 10 points under the 4 main categories of research, talent, industry, and politics. So in research, the key finding is that transformers such as the Google's button was first key technology used for NLP is now spreading into LLM and machine learning in general. And hyperscale AI model is based on NLP, and now there are the major trends to turn hyperscale AI into a nationalized model. And the third trend under research is that JAX is emerging as a key platform for ML framework. And secondly, in terms of talent, to focus more on universities, China is emerging as a key player. I will be showing you a chart later on. China Academy of Sciences, until 1980, published almost no AI research, but now it publishes the largest amount of quality AI research nowadays. And there is democratization of AI research, meaning that professors and top researchers at universities are looking at, well, that requires a large amount of data and quality data. So they are collaborating with big tech companies. So the collaboration is focused between big tech companies with top-tier universities. So that is what we mean by de-democratization. And thirdly, in terms of industry, as you're well aware, the AI data companies are receiving much investment. Snowflake or SenseTime of China are some of the key examples of that have completed a successful IPO, which is really accelerating the entry into the deployment phase of AI. And in terms of MNOps, data input is very important. Previously, AI focused on improving the algorithm and models, but now there is a more of a data-centric approach of how to improve the quality of data and how to label the data, for example. And this is the center of advancing the quality of data and AI. And finally, in politics, AI safety is now being a priority. In Korea, we can interpret this as an AI alignment or an AI that does not harm the humanity. And led by the US, research is very dynamic and activated on AI safety. And a new type of AI governance is emerging. Rather than a government governance in disclosing AI, the disclosure itself is a very open, in an open format rather than a private format. And in April 2021, EU regulation was duly announced on AI. So there are greater interests in how AI regulation will be formed in the future. So to go into the details, like I said, Transformer, most notably Google Translate is being developed very rapidly. Speech recognition, computer vision, and 3D point cloud classification are some of the areas where Transformer is expanding very rapidly. And large language models are being developed. For instance, Udao in China, Naver's Hyperclova, and Aleph Alpha. LG and KT are developing their own hyperscale AI. So there are very quick steps taken by these major companies. And Aleph Alpha of China is becoming a major AI, hyperscale AI, and Eleuther AI is an open source AI, a publicly open AI. And JAX is becoming a popular ML framework. So rather than going into the technical details, if you look at the functions, Python's NumPy is a notably used framework, and this is a very simple example, but by developing JAX NumPy, this works very much faster and is therefore very popular. And in terms of talent, OECD.ai releases much information about AI, and if you look at the top 25% AI research done by institutions, and if you look at the rankings of relevant institutions, a very rapidly rising graph is China Academy of Sciences. So there has been a rapid rise of this institution since 2010. And de-democratization of AI, the top line indicates, in terms of QS, the top 50 universities of the world. And if you look at the final point that meet in 2019, that is the paper performance. And you can see that these two are converging. So the top 50 universities and top firms are engaging in greater collaboration. So AI and data company are receiving much investment, mega deals we call it. 250 million pounds or higher deals are being struck. The size of investment is highest ever. And exits in AI was highest ever in 2021 as well. And as I mentioned earlier, the AI research focused on the models, but this is becoming a data-centric approach. So we continue to see that conversion from model to data-centric approach. And Andrew Ng, Professor Andrew Ng also mentioned this in a presentation. And AI safety is becoming a top priority, as I mentioned earlier. Researchers are particularly considering AI safety to be an important topic. 49% of top researchers in 2016 mentioned AI safety as an important topic, but now in 2021, 68% of ML researchers believe that AI safety research deserves higher priority. And are there AI safety dedicated organizations in entities? Not very much. There's DeepMind, OpenAI, and Anthropic. Anthropic is a company established by many of the experts who used to be with OpenAI, and they have an open source platform. And I mentioned that there are new types of AI governance emerging. The GPT-3 is not a free of charge model, it is a paid model. But the Eleuther AI decided to develop a free of charge GPT style of model. It is free, but it is also has a quality equivalent to GPT-3. And the data called PIO was disclosed by Eleuther AI. And the EU in April released new AI regulations, and the basic characteristic is that the AI risk has been categorized into 4 levels, and each level will receive different regulations. So they are taking a risk-based approach, which may not be perfect for the moment, but going forward, more regulations could be developed based on this model. So that is the global trend. I just wanted to skim through the global trend, and I wanted to focus more on the state of AI in Korea, focusing on Korean companies. So I would like to go into more details about the state of AI in Korea. So before going into the specific situation of Korean AI adoption, let's look at Korea in the perspective of the world. So Korea ranks quite high. According to the Oxford Insights, Korea ranks number 7 out of 172 countries, and Korea is number 5 in the global AI index of Tortoise. So if you look at the specific elements, also Korea ranks quite high. So from the input perspective, this ranking is an input perspective. So how in developing and using AI, we have a good amount of input, but what about the output side? How well have Korean companies adopted AI? So to describe my research, in April 2021 to May 10th, I conducted an interview with Gallup with 368 companies with 20 or more employees. So we didn't look at all industries, but we looked at 5 industries with the top biggest economic impact. Manufacturing, transport, finance, public and safety, and healthcare were the 5 industries. So in healthcare, in terms of AI use case, there are hospitals and drug development. So we subdivided healthcare into hospitals and drug development for our survey. So in terms of AI adoption, we found that in Korea, 14.7% of the companies surveyed adopted AI. And this 14.7% was higher than expected because according to NIA's survey, out of 2019, only 20.5% and 3.6%, according to another survey, were found to have adopted AI. But 14.7% is a quite higher number, and because we only focused on top 5 industries and we only sampled a few companies, that is why I think the number was high. In the public and safety sector, the adoption rate was highest at 23.7%. And for the companies that did not adopt AI, we asked whether they were intending to, and 24.5% of companies said yes. And what we found here was that we asked another question to those who are already adopted AI. Are they continuing to use or adopt additional AI? 98.7% of the companies using AI said that they were willing to continue use, and 53.7% said that they are willing to adopt additional AI technology, meaning that the adoption rate is quite low. Maybe the entry barrier is too high, or the opportunity is very low. But once companies adopt AI, they are incentivized to continue their use, and they remain very loyal to AI technology. So it's important for companies to have policy support so that they will actually have an opportunity to adopt AI in the first place. And we benchmarked the EU survey because I included this because we have many participants from the EU side. So we refer to the European Enterprise Survey on the result of technologies based on AI. So compared to the Korean number, we can see that both the adoption rate across the industries are quite high. And we also looked at the external and internal challenges to adopting AI. The biggest external factor was the unclear accountability regarding AI-caused accidents. And early this year, late last year, there was the Iruda incident that I think was a huge impact to this high number of respondents. And for internal challenge, the biggest one was high adoption cost, and this was the EU survey. And as for the concerns over AI adoption, the biggest concern, similar to the previous result, was that the legal liability for decisions and actions taken by the AI system. And for manufacturing, there was a particularly high concern over AI workforce training or social challenges such as job loss. Automation is progressing very quickly in manufacturing, and the border between AI and automation is quite blurry. And manufacturing, one of the biggest concerns for the manufacturing sector is job loss and other AI-related social risks. And also, again, AI workforce training is most needed. So what are the efforts done by the government for AI adoption? As Director Park has mentioned, we have the National Strategy for AI released in November, focusing on 3 major areas, 9 major strategies, and 100 major tasks. So the key area here is AI infrastructure enhancement and also diffusing AI technology across all industries through major projects. And we also have the Digital New Deal, which has a digital component, securing AI infrastructure and applying 5G technology and AI to all industries. So Data Dam is a specific project to build a massive training data set for the AI. And to go into details, we have an AI voucher system provided to startups or AI SMEs to have a chance to adopt AI. So in the form of matching these demand-side companies with the supply-side companies with the voucher provided by the government. And I have conducted a poll of companies that actually participated in this voucher system and found that companies were already using AI. Some of the companies were using AI before the voucher project, and 58.3% of the companies that did so expanded their use after the voucher project. So they indicated their commitment to continue AI use. And what are the improvements that can be made to AI voucher, and what are the policies that are needed? Companies that use the voucher system desperately needed AI system, and that is why we posed this question. And the most common answer to the possible improvement was a scale up of the AI voucher system. And number two, to offer a growth phase specific and customized matching services. And number three, the key part of the voucher system is to match the supply side companies with the demand side companies, and they wanted better coordinated communication between the supply and demand side companies. And finally, to promote best practices and to build a large hyperscale AI models. And for policies on building an AI evidence base, open large-scale learning data, training AI force were some of the common answers. And we also have the AI convergence project. Based on large-scale data in areas with high economic impact on public perception, Korea has selected 7 major AI convergence projects to be implemented. And the highest priority is to build an AI evidence base. So finally, policy implications. So based on what I described earlier, this would be the SWOT analysis. So the strength of Korea is that we have Digital New Deal and AI national project that provides a foundation to diffuse AI adoption. And we also have the strategic dialogue to revitalize hyperscale AI ecosystem. And Korea's national AI competitiveness is growing at a faster pace than expected. And as for weakness, the AI adoption rate itself is quite low. And although government is providing various support, there are difficulties faced by the companies. And there is the high entry barrier, such as high adoption cost of AI. And as for opportunities, the companies that have adopted AI continue to use AI. So that means companies that use AI are quite loyal to the technology. So it's important for them to adopt AI. And 99.3% of the public were aware of the AI, and 59.8% were very interested in AI. So there's a high level of public awareness. That is another opportunity. And the rapidly developing AI technology and the international cooperation present another opportunity. And as for threat, the ambiguity of AI accountability, which remains unresolved in terms of law and in terms of technology. And again, this is not confined to Korea, but based in Silicon Valley, the wages of AI professionals has gone up, and there is a widening gap. And companies with capital and with little capital will have a widening gap in terms of the level of technology that they can get. So there are 3 major steps in AI adoption acceleration. First, we need to facilitate AI adoption and support continued use of AI by these companies. And finally, for these companies, we can provide advanced AI products and services. So let me go into the details first. We need to support hyperscale AI ecosystem to develop and diffuse hyperscale AI. In September 2021, MSIT released a direction of public-private cooperation for hyperscale AI development and distribution. So what the demand side requires is evidence base of AI. So through hyperscale AI ecosystem, we can build a massive evidence space of AI in the form of API, vouchers, hyperscale AI models can be used by companies. And when these vouchers are provided, not only the beneficiaries, but it should be increased, but we need to select and focus on the benefits so that those in most need will be matched with the services. And secondly, we can expand into overseas markets of new Southern policy countries, because the hyperscale AI modeling companies are based on the language models and based on the K contents. The language models can be best used in these new Southern policy countries. So we can provide consulting services And the most important factor for AI is building the right community. So we need to support the creation of AI community that is tailored to the regional characteristics of the country, target country. And secondly, we need to develop guidelines for using AI. It can be a number of different guidelines, but I want to focus on 2 points. First, we need guidelines for AI in each major industry. What kind of use there are and what are the challenges, what are legislative concerns. Financial sector released an AI guideline, which is a good example that we can follow. Which this can introduce examples of AI and specific concerns of AI in different industries that can differ depending on the industry. And the second one is guidelines for IPR protection and breach prevention, because protecting IPR is most important for those who adopt AI. So this is basically a guideline about whether IPR can be protected and whether you are breaching an IPR or not. So building and publishing a guideline in this regard is also very important. And thirdly, to improve the voucher system can also take many different ways. The highest demand is extension of the voucher project, but this should not be unilaterally extended only for the companies that are most in need of vouchers. And we need to look into the companies that use this voucher system and tailor the exact extension period. And there are a number of different vouchers that are involved in this project, and there are a number of different agencies in charge of the vouchers, which causes confusion. So we need a systematic management of the voucher project. We also need to match the supply and demand side companies more efficiently. One of the efforts that are needed is the biggest challenge for the demand side companies is that they do not know the level of AI that they need or the level of AI that they will be able to use. So we need to provide a self-assessment tool first to these companies so that they can use the tool to assess themselves in terms of their level of AI awareness. And we can provide this in the form of catalog. And by using this tool, the companies can self-assess and look at their level of AI that they need. So I rushed through my presentation. I'm not sure if I kept that 20-minute time limit. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kim, for the presentation.
Next is the second presentation of session 2. I understand the second presentation was prepared a little differently. 3 experts in collaboration with the GE Healthcare based in the UK are participating in the AI Dream project, an artificial intelligence project in the French medical field. They will make presentations and exchange Q&A in this part. The theme is leading AI projects in healthcare, HICM and AI Dream as an example of public and private partnerships in France. This, once again, is a pre-recorded VOD video.
Welcome everyone. Hello. Thank you. Welcome everyone. Hello. Thank you very much to KISDI Institute for the invitation. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be invited to share what's happening in France around public and private partnerships. It's also an honor for us to be with Professor Villegrain and Professor Luciani to discuss around partnerships and healthcare and the way we lead AI projects in France. Professor Villegrain will let you, you are chair of radiology department at Beaujon University Hospital at APHP, professor of radiology at University of Paris. Professor Luciani, you are PhD at an imaging department of University Hospital at Henri Mondor, also a PhD, and professor of radiology at the University of Paris east, Créteil, called UPEC. As I am concerned, my name is Baptiste Perrin. I work for GE Healthcare around radiology. It's called Advanced Visualizations, and my role is to lead R&D activities, and also part of a cluster called Systematic, dedicated to ecosystem work and to build projects, as we will discuss today. Before we enter in more details, while we prepared these sessions, we think there are two topics behind what we would like to share. First of all is how we manage public and private partnerships in healthcare. And this is the reason why we will start with a project called ECAM, which started in 2015 and ended last year. And there is a topic around AI and the way we work with the health data, which is, as you know, sensible data. And while working on ECAM, we started to think about AI Dream. So AI Dream is a project which just started. It's started end of last year. And so we will explain to you how we will accelerate our work around health data with AI Dream. So before I give the end to Professor Villegrain and Professor Luciani, I will give you more context around ECAM. So ECAM was a great idea, started 5 or 6 years ago, for which the intent was to address the full care pathway on liver cancer. So it was a consortium with different partners. I will not detail all ECAM projects. It's a public project on which you can get information. But as all consortium projects, you have different work packages. And the one we can share today, because it was quite relevant for GSCare and APHP, were the work package 2 and 3. The work package 2 were dedicated to diagnosis, and in liver cancer, you will understand better the role of imagery around the diagnosis of the disease. And the work package 3 was focused on the way we help interventional radiologists to guide their gesture to treat the disease. Behind this project, as it's a public-private project, the intent is to build products. So it's, I will not detail all the products you have on the slides here, hepatic vicar, liver suite, and liver assist, interact, and motion freeze. But just have in mind that it's more than only a research project. It's a way to build research and to transfer it to products for the sake of patients and healthcare professionals. And it was sponsored and built with medicine, and we will explain more in more details the role of medicine in the story. So I would have quite open questions to Professor Luciani first, if we start from the left to the right. Professor Luciani, can you give you, as a healthcare professional, more context around the intent of the project in terms of outcome? And what you've led through ECAM through this partnership.
Okay, thank you, Baptiste, for this question. The ECAM project was initiated actually with 2 key objectives. The first one was to allow the design and creation of a software or of software tools that would allow automatic segmentation and extraction of features relevant for liver cancer, that is extracting liver anatomy and extracting tumor within the liver. The second objective was to extract from the images quantitative features that could help the radiologist in improving the diagnosis of primary liver cancers, and namely HCC. And those 2 objectives were designed to tackle one of the main issues that we face in radiology in primary liver cancer, which is standardization and optimization of the way that we design the extraction and the synthesis of what we see in the images together with the reports. And that's how we wanted to collaborate with those who could design those tools to improve radiology practice in the diagnosis of primary liver cancer. And the two programs that you have mentioned on your slide, which is hepatic VCAR and LiverSuite, actually reached those two objectives. The first one allowing extraction and automatic anatomical segmentation. The second one allowing the extraction of features relevant for the LIRADS classification, which, as we all know, improves the way that we report and we follow patients with primary liver cancer.
Thank you, Alain, for these testimonials. I think it helps a lot in better understanding what is behind of this outcome. I will give the end and the voice to Valérie, Professor Villegrain. You were embedded on the two work packages, but we suggested that you covered the work package 3 for this session. So I let you give more explanations.
Yes, thank you, Baptiste. As we all know, interventional radiology is getting more and more attention in the patient management with liver cancer, with the two different approaches, the percutaneous tumor ablation and indeed intraarterial treatment, such as transarterial chemoembolization or radioembolization. And although we work a lot on the predictive factors of treatment efficacy, these treatments and the procedures are often seen are black box because they still rely on individual skills. And we know that we have to improve tools to better guide, to better monitor the treatment efficacy on the D-Day, not 4 weeks after. So this is exactly what we wanted to do. So in the middle, Interact Active Tracker was really to help needle positioning during tumor ablation. And the first and the third one, Liver Assist and Motion Freeze, were used to improve the treatment efficacy of intraarterial procedure. In brief, there are two questions with intraarterial treatments. The first one is before delivering the treatment to identify arterial feeders. And for that, we need software that will help the reading of the radiologist. And we also need to check if the treatment has been delivered properly in the appropriate tumor location. For these two approaches, before and after, immediately after, indeed, most teams use the cone beam CT acquisition during the angiography and in the angiosuite. In brief, for those who are not so aware of the CBCT, cone beam CT, it is a rotational acquisition in the angiosuite, leading to CT-like images. And you have a nice example on the bottom right. And more teams use currently the CBCT. However, we know that there are still problems in image quality, the most common being the respiratory artifacts, and it's a very nice example here. So specifically, we have been working with the GE Healthcare how to optimize and avoid and suppress the respiratory artifacts without redoing another acquisition.
Thank you very much for these explanations. I would just add the fact that before we switch to partnerships, because it's interesting to have also your inputs on the way we survived across 5 years of projects, I would say. I would just mention the fact that we get also the support of the radiologist community, and specifically with Seoul National University College of Medicine. The way we build such products, and it's more and more the case with AI, we need to embed the community to get feedbacks on the way it's going to be adopted. and evaluate on other data such solutions. So, partnership is a mix between technical skills, interdisciplinarity, and human relationships, I would say. So just be open. It's not because you are with GE Healthcare that you need to state marvelous experiences. So just tell maybe Alain, what's your feedback after 5 years around ECAM?
Thank you, Baptiste, for this question. One of the strengths of those kind of projects is that from the beginning of the project, there's the launch of what we call the HECAM Consortium, which means that from day one of the project till the end of the project, we are together and grouped together because, of course, the challenges are numerous. The first one is, as you mentioned, building data. And we are very lucky in Paris that we can collaborate so easily with Professor Villegrain's team, of course, because that allowed us to actually create this database of patients with pathologically proven HCC that we could include in the study. So the first strength of that collaboration was building this cohort of 326 patients with documented liver tumors and expert reading. And when we had that cohort, of course, the question was, how could we treat it? And that was where the collaboration with industrial started. Now, there can be some periods where it's sometimes difficult to have a full collaboration because sometimes the objectives on industrial do not exactly match the calendar of the study. And there were periods during the study where sometimes there were things lagging a little bit behind. But because we're in this consortium, we all believe that the output, the deliverable, mean that we can input energy and make sure that we overcome those difficulties. And I think that's one of the main foundation of the success of those kind of projects is that from day one, we are all together.
Thank you, Alain. So the idea is to survive, I would say, and to keep to still being together and to be all joined for the same reasons. And this is why the way we succeed to stay together, I would say. But Valérie, could you also tell your own story around that?
Yes, Baptiste. I think we have done better than survive. I think we have won something. My team and myself, we have long-term collaboration with the industry partners. But this was the most important, I think, experience between academic industry partner at large. At large, because as you said, it was a long-term project. It was also very ambitious. And last but not least, it was well funded and supported by institutional grants. So I think we all feel responsible for the success. So is it always easy and smooth? Certainly not. It's not easy because we come from different worlds, we have different background, but this is also fascinating. Working with engineers, working with physicists, working with the technicians is extremely important, and I think open up the world and the discussion, and therefore the collaboration. The second reason why it's not that easy, and Alain already mentioned, is the timeline. We academic, we live from and we work from one deadline to another one, but we don't have a very long timeline. I mean, a solution that with a deliverable that should be obtained within 2 or 3 years, this is something that was not completely in our DNA, at least in mine. So here with that ambitious project, we all together had to deliver something, to deliver papers, but most importantly, to deliver solutions. And this is also why it is not easy, but really fascinating. And I must say that my team and myself, we have learned a lot, and we are very, very eager to go on with the other industry academic partners.
Thank you, Valérie. So you helped me a lot because it's a quite good transition for the other aspect of such a project is the way we leverage public fundings. We leverage pool of competitiveness clusters like medicine or systematic. And there is also the support of the governments. Can you give some, so again for you, Professor Villegrain, the way such a project are led in France to lead your research projects? Can you give an overview on the way we can get such a funding, and what makes such a project specific for you?
We classically have been, I think, trained to raise funds from the academic side only. And then with ECAM, I discovered another world, which is, as again, working together with industry. And indeed, this was a new world because we don't have always the knowledge of the large company, of the small company, of the startup, of all the people that work in a similar ecosystem. So I think we have been helped a lot by our competitiveness, a cluster of competitiveness, and especially the medicine, which is a regional one in Paris and around, because it is really focused on healthcare compared to other cluster of competitiveness that might be broader. And they have that knowledge. So they were able, and they are able to interact with the different partners and put all the people around the table. I remember in the very beginning of ECAM that the first idea of such project started in a very small room with 3 people, but several months after, we had probably 30 people around the table. Some of them actually are no longer in the consortium, but everyone has been tested and interrogated regarding skills, motivation, capacity, because again, this cluster of competitiveness was able to gather all possible people on the same topic. So I think it is a major advantage for us.
Professor Luciani, I would also have a question for you around that, because as you will see through AIDREAM, the story will continue around liver cancer. So I would have a quite naive question. Would you have the idea, or would you have shared your next projects through AIDREAM if you would not have ECAM and access to partners through ECAM?
I think, Baptiste, yes, the question is very important. And I think that comes with the confidence that we can have in succeeding in those kind of projects. One of the philosophy of those collaborative projects is that the ideas come from the experts, and they tackle a need that we feel is necessary. And what's very interesting is the exchange that we had during the ECAM project, and that we are now having the AIDREAM, is convincing that the ideas that we have is really important to tackle needs in healthcare, and also the challenges that you bring us, and saying, okay, but probably this is already done, already covered, or this is too complicated. And through that exchange comes confidence. And because we know one another now, and we know that we are able, as Professor Villegrain mentioned, to deliver both publications, communications to international congresses, and a product or some, and you saw many products that have been issued through these partnerships. I think that we have trust, we have confidence, and we are eager, as Professor Villegrain mentioned, to move ahead and even provide more ambitious projects.
So you force us to go beyond, I would say, and this is what would be also the industrial feedbacks. So coming with your needs and your ideas, it's push us to go further. And this is AIDREAM, the intent behind AIDREAM. So very in a nutshell, AIDREAM is a project which is sponsored by the French government, which intend to accelerate the ecosystems around the way we work with the health data on imagery, because it's a quite complex data. specific data on which there are challenges around annotations. And as we had the experience around ECAM, we started to live the pain of building AI models through deep learnings, for instance, around anatomy segmentations. We identified the need to provide tools, platform that's going to be deployed in the data centers of healthcare professionals to help the startups, to help the academics to work directly on the data that they succeeded to grab or to aggregate, so that we can co-build new products, new algorithms, test it, and build new products to address even complicated or challenging outcome. So what is interesting with AI Dream is that it's also associated with what we call use case, but it's more it's not use case. It's more academics works, and the story around liver cancer will continue. So I know that you cannot be as open than for ECAM on what's going to be delivered with AI Dream, but can you, if we start with you, Valérie, and after Alain, can you just describe the high-level challenges you want to tackle with AI Dream?
Yes, exactly. We want to continue the work that has been done together with ECAM. So as Alain told you, we have been working a lot on characterization of a small liver cancer, in particular in patients with cirrhosis, so mostly HCC. And we have started this work with a CT. Now we want to extend what we have done using other modalities and MRI. And we have also we want to add the AI approach. Why? Because still we know the prevalence of HCC that is increasing worldwide. And we know very well that smaller the HCC diagnosis, better the prognosis. In most patients, we can offer curative treatment in small HCC, while the treatment will be mostly palliative in larger one. So we really want to provide tools for CT and for MR that will help radiologists to diagnose HCC or non-HCC.
Thank you, Valérie. So what you see here is a first example of what's going to be deployed at Beaujon around MR to help the startup Pixel to work with you around the first step of this project. So it's a web application that's going to give you access to first course to start the projects and start the acceleration of annotations of data. Alain, may I let you describe your ambitions through AI Dream?
Thank you, Baptiste. I will just follow what Professor Vigrin said. I mean, it's really an ambitious project. It's because it's using larger cohort, and we have to thank the constitution of the data warehouse at Assistance Publique Hôpitaux de Paris, because the data that we're going to be using or working on during this project is not just a bicentric cohort. It's a very large database extracted from the data warehouse of Assistance Publique Hôpitaux de Paris. That's one of the issues that mentions how ambitious we are. The second thing is as you mentioned, there will be active collaborations, not just with one industrial, but it's actually being able to plug in what you're going to design, different industrial partners, startups, maybe some academic initiation, so that AI can address different questions, especially related to liver cancer. So it's a new way of seeing the collaboration as easing the collaborative process between industrials and experts in the field of medical imaging. And I think if we succeed, and I'm sure that we will, that will of course leverage, I think, the collaborations that we will be able to challenge in the future years coming up.
Thank you, Alain. Yes, I would just add the fact that what changed since 5 years and AI revolutions, let's call it like that, is that now the data access is at the center of collaborations, which was a bit different a few years back. So it's a reason why bringing such a technology and easing access to data and visualization of data helps a lot in the collaboration. As a conclusion, I would just ask you in 2 or 3 words, just to give an advice to listeners. What are the key ingredients or key success points for a collaborative project? Just in 2 or 3 words, Professor Villegrain.
Okay, Baptiste. I have 4 words. The first one is willingness and eagerness to move forward and to work together. Alain said the consortium launch the first days is very important because we all share the same goal. The second one is it requires competencies and skills on both sides. And it is really important to know exactly and to define who will work on the project. The third one, we need time and funding. Such ambitious project requires that because we have to hire people who will be dedicated on the project, doctors, technicians, engineers, and so, clinical scientists. This is very, very important. And last but not least, such project also was a success because we had a timeline. We were actually forced to get results, solutions, to get products within 3 years. And we have been a little bit forced to get this goal, but I think it is a very important condition for the success.
Alain, it's never easy to be the last one to give additional 3 words Valérie used, right?
Baptiste, thank you. I totally concur with, of course, with what Valérie said. I would just add, and I've mentioned it, trust. And it's not easy between academics and industrials in both ways. So trust is important. And the second one I would put in is management, is that if you have someone who is responsible for managing and respecting the timeline, as Valérie mentioned, I think that's 2 elements just to add. But Professor Villegrain said it all.
So thank you very much for your attention. So it's a pain to not be in presential in Korea. So, but I hope that you will have a better understanding of what is an example of a collaborative project, or at least the way we work in France and we build interdisciplinarity. Thank you very much, Professor Luciani and Professor Villegrain, for your testimonial, and it's very helpful, I think. So I hope you a very nice symposium or events and so on, and I hope you a nice coming days.
Thank you. We're going to have the last presentation of the second part. We are going to hear from Julian Billet. He's going to talk about Canada's AI supercluster, Scale AI. Once again, it is a pre-recorded presentation.
I'm Julian Billet. I'm the CEO of Scale AI, Canada's AI supercluster. Let me explain you where Scale AI is coming from. We come from an initiative led by the government of Canada, who decided to create 5 superclusters to tackle with the biggest opportunities for innovation for Canada. So from west to east, you have the digital technology supercluster dedicated to digital transformation based in British Columbia, Vancouver. The second one, protein innovation, based in Saskatchewan, all about proteins. The third one, based in Toronto, about next generation in manufacturing, ourselves, to drive AI introduction into supply chain. And the fifth one in Newfoundland, dedicated to ocean technology and development. Altogether, we have a $1 billion envelope to invest, and we are altogether Canada superclusters. Ourselves, KDI, one of them, were dedicated to AI introduction into supply chains. So let me come back to our mandate. Our mandate very specifically is to bring AI from lab to field. Obviously, supply chain are generating a lot of data, and supply chain are very critical for Canada. So our goal is to take all the AI developed in labs to bring that in companies to the field. And also, obviously, to empower Canada as a hub for intelligent supply chains. Altogether, our major objective is to create, of course, job and wealth for Canada by leveraging AI in supply chain operations. To do that, we have access to an important government funding, and actually we are supported both by the Canadian federal government and by the government of the province of Quebec. Together we have $283 million to invest, $230 million from the government of Canada, $53 million from the government of Quebec, and we are an investment and innovation hub focused on accelerating the adoption and commercialization of AI in supply chains. So let me explain why AI can be applied for various business problems to drive value. If you think about the amount of data generated by supply chain, you have a lot of opportunities to apply AI to improve multiple aspects of supply chains. If you think about supply chains, first of all, of course, demand forecasting. That's an obvious area where you can apply AI. And if you have a much better demand forecasting, you are going to improve a lot what your supply chain is doing. Of course, capacity and inventory. Lot of opportunity there to gain productivity. Scheduling and predictive disruption. Well, you know that with the pandemic, supply chain are heavily disrupted. And obviously, with AI, you can better predict and schedule what could be the major disruptions and obviously be able to tackle them. Pricing and channel optimization, very important topic, a bit linked to demand forecasting. Obviously, pricing is key to predict the volume you need from a supply chain perspective. Sourcing and procurement, in-plant logistics and warehousing, and of course, real-time traceability and visibility. So basically, you can apply AI to multiple areas in supply chain, and all of them, if you do that correctly, you will be able to drive a lot of value. So as KLAI, we are doing 5 programs to do that. 2 programs in the blue area are industrial programs, and I will come back to that. They aim to fund projects. Basically, we want to fund 2 types of projects. One, we call them adoption projects. Adoption because we are targeting big companies or smaller companies who are using supply chain, who have the need for supply chain, and want to introduce AI in their supply chain management. That's what we call that adoption. But we have also a commercialization program, and the commercialization program is here to help companies that have product and services and can go to the next level with introducing AI, and obviously we give them opportunities to find new customers and export their technologies. That's the blue part. Project funding, globally 2/3 of the envelope will be dedicated to fund projects. The yellow one, globally 25% of our total envelope, is what we call workforce development, because we recognize AI will create a lot of challenges in terms of human resources. Of course, everybody has in mind the lack of data science and data engineers. So you need to train people to have more workers in these areas, but also introducing AI will create a lot of opportunities for change management. And that's also part of the training of the workforce. So we recognize no technology will be adopted if there's no work on the workforce in parallel. And that's why 25% of our program is around workforce development. And the third one, or the fourth one, actually, if you take blue is 2, is acceleration. We want to support SME scale-up and specifically startups, because we think that innovation obviously will be driven by startups. And so we have a program to help incubators and accelerators support better and more startups in AI in the supply chain area. And then the gray part all around, that's our collaboration piece. Obviously, we want to link together university, fundamental research, big companies, smaller companies, and startups. Creating this glue is why superclusters were created. So we are a funding agency on one side, but we want also to create more opportunities of knowledge sharing in the ecosystem. So if you think about an average company has very different level of maturity in terms of AI. And so as KLAI, we have designed our programs to support a company at every stage of their journey. So if you are a company not knowing anything about AI and you want to begin, you want to explore what you could do with AI, From a Scale AI perspective, we can help you by training. So obviously we have programs where we can train your people to think about AI, to learn the basics of AI, to understand what you could do as a company in terms of AI. We will reimburse up to 50% for open enrollment training programs and up to 85% for customized training programs to reskill your teams. Now you know what you want to do about AI and you want to pilot opportunities. You want to launch your first AI initiatives in your organization. Still, we can provide training, but we'll begin to fund projects. And we can fund actually for you proof of concept or blueprints to help you target what you want to do in terms of first AI initiatives. So usually we pay 50% back of any blueprint or proof of concept with a maximum up to 50,000 Canadian dollars. And obviously you can begin to think about collaboration with startup. And so with our acceleration program, we bring you startups that could fit and could make you think about your first AI introduction. And then obviously you want to scale your organization because you saw that AI has a great potential. And so you want to elevate the use of AI across your organization. Obviously training is still part of the game, but in terms of project funding, in that case, we reimburse up to 50% for eligible projects and eligible costs. So it's really grants, it's not loans, it's not share. We don't take shares in your company, we give you a grant. You will see the condition for that grant, but we give you a grant up to 50% of the cost you are incurring to launch your full-scale project in AI deployment. Obviously, you can still work with startups to think and to have the right technology to deploy what you want to do. So at every stage of your AI journey as an organization, as Scale AI, we have designed programs to help you from the very beginning, the exploration phase, up to the scaling phase. So as of today, I would say that's the publicly announced project. We have funded 32 industry projects by Scale AI with very different type of companies all across Canada. I want also to explain you that we are not only funding projects for Canadian-born companies, we are just funding projects for companies based in Canada. So if you are a company coming from Korea and you have operation in Canada, you are welcome to ask Scale AI to fund your project. So typically, you have Thales. Thales is a French company with a well-established base in Canada. We have funded 2 projects actually for Thales. And so we don't care about the nationality of the headquarters in a sense. What we care is really where the companies are operating. So if you have an operation in Canada, we can pay you for the cost you will have in Canada to develop your AI solutions. So really, if you are in Korea and you want to establish yourself in Canada, or you are already in Canada, don't be shy to ask us because we'll be very happy to work with you in terms of projects. So we have funded projects more than officially announced $171 million, but in some weeks from now, you will see that number will be very close to $300 million in terms of project, because we are going to announce a lot of projects that are already signed and begun, but not announced yet. Very different companies. You have very big companies, companies like Bell, companies like Bombardier, companies like Kruger are very big company, but you have also very small companies like Raymond, Nulogy, Ova, Stream. They are SMEs, or in the transport industry, or in the technology and product industry. Ova is doing virtual reality and augmented reality products, for example. So we have funded a great variety of projects in almost all areas and very different type of company. The reality is AI is for every type of company, every sector. It really is a champion and an organization who wants to do AI, but there's no specific sector or specific size to do AI. We have seen multiple companies across multiple sectors coming to us to fund projects. And we have funded projects, obviously, all across Canada. So perhaps to try to conclude a bit this presentation, that's with some interesting figures, because just for this calendar year, so 2020, 2021, obviously in Canada, the pandemic hit a lot the Canadian economy. So it was relatively a small year. So we have funded this year $58 million of projects. The interesting thing, and 12 projects altogether. The interesting thing is when we commit $1 as public funding, industry commits almost $2 in terms of private funding. So that's a very interesting leverage. So that's why we provide grants to industry, because we think it's very important, because we know that AI is a risky business. We know that AI is something that takes time to give fruit. And so we want to lower the bar to invest in AI. And by doing that, we incentivize companies to invest on our side. And actually, as I said, when we invest $1, companies invest an extra $2. So typically for this calendar year, 2020, 2021, so ending March 2021, so 6 months ago, 9 months ago now, we have invested $20 million on our side, and companies have invested $38 million on our side, almost twice the money we have invested. So 12 industry-led projects for 2020, 2021. The leverage ratio close to 2, 1.83. The interesting thing is most of the investment is going to small companies. Even if we are working with big companies, these big companies are using smaller companies to develop the AI solution, and most of the money flows to small companies. If you come to us, if you are interested to have a project funded, you will have to arrive not only by yourself, but with small companies around you, because we want to develop the ecosystem and not only give money to the biggest corporation, but also feed the ecosystem and the small companies. Noted also that we have funded $15 million of COVID-related projects, 16 COVID-rating projects, very interesting projects we've done in the hospital industry. Of course, hospitals were very challenged by COVID, but also with the transportation industry, we have funded 2 very interesting projects with the Port of Montreal, which is the second biggest port in Canada after Vancouver, to accelerate the delivery of critical needs products like syringes, masks, or vaccines in the supply chain industry. I don't tell you so much for 2021, 2022. You will see the news in some weeks, but I can tell you unofficially that we are already much bigger than last year. We are already more than twice what we did last year in terms of projects, in terms of funding, and very interesting and very big projects soon to be announced. So what's very important to note from a Scale AI perspective is, of course, if you see our figures, you have the feeling that we are only a funding agency, and we are a funding agency. But what's very interesting is what we do behind the scene, because most companies who come to us for funding don't have a full and complete idea about how to drive that project. Obviously, they know they want to do AI, they have an idea about their business needs, but they don't know how to do it. And at Scale AI, we have a huge and deep relationship and connection with the ecosystem. We know all research centers in AI in Canada. We have a relationship with more than 200 startups every year through our acceleration program of startups that are doing AI and supply chain. And we have a rating on most of all the companies doing AI solution. So if you come to us and you want to do an AI project, but you don't have a full consortium in a sense to build your projects, we are here to help and actually to give you contacts, feedback, solutions to improve your project. So of course, funding is important, but at the end of the day, what we do behind the scene as Scale AI is absolutely critical. That's why these 5 superclusters in Canada, you have to see them as funding agencies, but also more importantly, you have to see them as helping you, as able to help you to build a great project, not only by giving money, but also by giving connection in the local ecosystems. Actually, the government, in the case of Scale AI, has no explicit role. So the government of Canada is creating the superclusters to have independent entities with full autonomy to invest. So what the Canadian government did is create the superclusters and allocate the funding. The government of Quebec also allocated money for Scale AI. But they are out of the governance of Scale AI, meaning Scale AI is led by industry for industry. So as a CEO of Scale AI, I have a board, and my board is composed of all industry players and academic players, no government representation, because the government wants us to behave as an independent, industry-led company. And so the government is giving, as written the framework, has allocated the money, but now we operate since actually 2019 as an independent entity to fund the best project from industry, whatever the government can have in mind regarding what they prefer. So that was my presentation for Scale AI. Thanks a lot for your attention. My major message to you is, if you want to come to Canada, if you want to do AI in Canada, if you are already in Canada and want to do AI projects with Canadian companies and to develop Canadian solutions, you are very welcome to come to us. Please join us at scaleai.ca. I will be very happy to dedicate resources to meet with you, to improve your project, and to have your project funded. Thank you for your attention, and I hope we'll have a great end of the day. Thank you.
Moderator and all panelists to come forward. Professor Park Min-soo received a PhD in economics from Boston University and has been with the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, KISDI, and the Department of Economics at Chungang University, and is currently with the Department of Economics at Hyungkoong University. Professor Park, you have the floor. We will start as soon as all the panelists are ready. Hello, I am Park Min-soo from the Economics Department of Sungkyunkwan University, as introduced. This is a very important and meaningful conference, and I am delighted to be invited as a moderator. Since we are running out of time, I will start right away. First of all, let me just briefly introduce the panel. In the order as presented in the booklet. First, we have Mr. Yoon Myung-chul, CEO of Xena Inc. Korea. He is the Daegu City DIP Working Group Advisor. Hello. And next we have Mr. Song Ho-chul, Vice President of Duzon. For the platform business, and also he is also the Fourth Industrial Revolution Committee member. And we also have Professor Jang Byung-tak of Computer Science and Engineering at SNU. Professor Jang also heads the SNU AI Institute and the president of the Korea AI Association. We also have Dr. Kim Kyung-hoon, who made the first presentation of session 2. And we also have the moderator for the second presentation, Director Baptiste Pereng, who is joining us via Zoom online. And he will be participating in our discussion through Zoom. As I just mentioned, this panel has representatives from the industry, the government side, and the academia. So I think this can be a very meaningful discussion session. We have been given 30 minutes only. So rather than covering a number of different topics, I actually gave an overall question to all the panels in advance. So as you have seen from the presentations, AI technology has been receiving global attention for a while now. And in a number of different sectors, AI technology is applied, and there are efforts to further spread the adoption of AI. And in step with this change, many experts are looking out into the future of the hopeful future of the AI and also some of the concerns. As we heard from Dr. Kim earlier in his presentation, for the general public, the expectation of an age of AI is quite high, but I think the actual application to the industry and business is quite slow. And we heard from the second presentation, moderated by Mr. Pereng, the AI application to the medical sector. So for a non-expert, the first thing that comes to mind is IBM Watson, when I think of AI application to the medical sector. Watson started off with great expectations, but the actual adoption was not very quick, and the technology itself is almost obsolete. So, compared to our expectation, AI adoption is not happening very quickly, and there may be a number of reasons why. Technological shortcomings, lack of workforce, lack of trust, regulation. So there may be many challenges that hinder the spread of AI. So what do you think is the biggest barrier to the spreading of AI, and what do we need to overcome such barriers? So I will give you each 5 minutes to take turns and provide your comments. So starting with Mr. Yoon, can you start off with the discussion? Yes. As introduced, I am the CEO of Sina, it is a startup based on Daegu area. So right now, I look at the technology to provide private information to third parties, and we have received certificates, and we've signed an MOU with KT to sell this technology. And in the step of commercializing this technology, as the moderator has mentioned, the biggest barrier was not in the technology itself and in training the AI, but securing the data to use to train the AI system. And also, in order to elevate the technology, we needed higher resolution data. And finding the right data was the most time-consuming and the most difficult part of my work, and it remains so. Personal information needs to be protected and also utilized. So where to strike the balance between the two extremes is the challenge. So the topic of session 2 is AI ecosystem. But AI ecosystem could turn into a zoo that traps animals and herbivores together in a cage. But in order to turn the AI ecosystem in a sound circulating system, we could use big data and other technologies introduced into the presentations. But recently, there was the financial mining data. And in May, the Ministry of Welfare announced the My Healthware data, where identifiable data and personal data can be voluntarily provided and managed as part of the project. So for AI ecosystem to be developed and spread, we need to enable data to be distributed and traded. And Korea should take the lead in fueling such AI ecosystem. And the general public should know that their personal data could be used as an asset for further development of AI technology. And with that awareness, I think that Korea's AI ecosystem can grow in a more healthy manner. Yes, thank you for the comment. So you pointed to a very important issue, using personal data and protecting personal data at the same time. For the industry and the ecosystem to develop, of course, we need data, but we also need to protect personal data, which is no less important. So finding the right balance is very important.
Next, the second panelist, Hong Ho-chul. Hello. The Zone has been established in 20 years now, and we have been producing solutions. But now we have, from 10 years on, we have a cloud-based data center. So we have those data in our data center, and we are training models, and we are applying that to software. As Mr. Yoon has mentioned, when we make a model of AI, the most difficult thing is, of course, in order to make a model, there are already documents outside and papers outside, and we can fine-tune the model. But the problem is when we don't have data, and starting from 3 years ago, in doing big data, retail or distribution platform, AI voucher business, and there were various policies that the government is doing, and there have been a lot of efforts put inside. And recently, there's also the privacy protection law in order to resolve the clash, and we have these data laws in order to protect the privacy. And there's also a forced integration that can be created and used. And we have prepared a lot for providing the data to the industries. But I don't think the problem lies there. But if you look at the IT ecosystem, there is that weak link. Where can we make that data? If you think about that, it comes from software, whether it's embedded software or IoT connected to sensors, or whether it's sensors of companies or mobile applications. There's high data that is produced, and those data needs to be collected and be used. And then, of course, we need to use, there's the AI voucher policy and so forth, but the citizens and the companies can't use it. It has to be applied to the software. So software, data, AI, and software needs to be innovated. But in our ecosystem, software is a weak link. Naver and Kakao, we have these big companies, so we think that our software business is strong, but they are more like a portal providing contents. But we don't really have a pure software company. I met Kim Hyun-ju of Buno, and what he said was, the Ministry of Science has provided support to POX or healthcare imagery data. And thanks to that support, we were able to have image segmentation, and we were able to find those pain points. In various segments, we need those standardization and support from the government. And if that is possible, then we can make that into AI, and we can apply that to the software. But that is a weak link. What we have heard from Professor Kim Kyung-hoon was that applying AI means that the company has to have a certain volume. Otherwise, they can't really apply AI because the software needs to have AI within them. We have to remember that. And second problem is, with those efforts, the government and they deregulate and have put in a lot of effort to improve the data infrastructure, but it didn't really work. It's because the software companies are really small in size, and the AI talents are skewed to one side. Those AI talents in the past, when they were focused on internalizing the technology, but now it's all being skewed towards big companies. So the SMEs in their domain, the data, they have to reflect their AI, and through that intelligence, provide benefits to the people and to the companies. But we don't have people. Then how should we solve this problem? If you go to many places, they say that we need to foster talents. But if we foster talents, they don't go to SMEs. They don't go to these small software companies. If I think about this hardly, we could have these professional industrial researcher system in which we can make it mandatory for these talents to go to these small SMEs. Thank you. Song Woo-chul, Vice President, talked about the importance of data, and he also talked about the importance of the other aspect. The software business in Korea is weak, and the reason why the software business is weak is because they lack talents. Next, we're going to hear from Professor Jang Byung-tak.
Yes, we heard from a number of different perspectives by earlier discussants, and I would like to just say something from the company that wishes to adopt AI. I want to point to their corporate culture. In particular, manufacturing, where Korea has a stronghold, and retail. These are areas where AI is a must because digital transformation is quickly happening, and to gain global competitiveness, these industries must adopt AI. And in the organization, it is not easy to harmonize with the new workforce with the skill to adopt AI. First of all, it is difficult to find the right talent capable of handling AI. And also for large companies, hiring and finding new talents is not very hard. They are quite competitive to easily find these talents. And I was very envious to hear from Siemens and friends how GE and hospitals work together, and from Canada, how to create a number of different superclusters to build these ecosystems with those that have the data and those that can use the data to develop technology, and those who provide ultimate services are all linked together into a cluster to work together. And to go back to the organizational culture, what kind of issues can be resolved, what kind of data is required and comes out, well, that is the knowledge of experts. But unfortunately, they do not know the industry. But those who know the AI technology, they only know the technology. They do not have the capability of cooperating with the industry experts and finding possible tasks and solutions. So for business entities, in particular decision makers and the management and the CEO must need a clear vision to give a clear instruction. But in general, the management are not able to present a clear direction, perhaps because AI is still a very new technology and they are not very sure of AI. Nevertheless, the global trend and the general direction, I think, is very clear to Korean business leaders as well. You need to set out the clear direction and vision and hire the right people and build the necessary ecosystem. Without such efforts, AI adoption will not happen very successfully. So these are some of the efforts needed. Thank you. Professor Jang pointed to the organizational culture of businesses. When I talk to the business leaders, I often hear similar comments, and economists know that the digital technologies are very well advanced, but they are actually not leading to actual exponential growth in productivity. One of the reasons being that it takes a long time for the organizational culture in companies to change. So that was a good point raised.
Next, we had Professor Kim to speak, but since he is the presenter, he's going to be the last person to speak. We're next going to hear from Baptiste Bereng, who is the director of GE Healthcare UK.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm R&D director in France at GE Healthcare, and we work since 5 years, 6 years around AI in medical imagery. And the way we work on it is in two ways. First is we design our own AI model. And second, we work in partnership with startups and third-party companies. And you will understand why it's important to have this mindset. I have another role in a cluster of competitiveness called systematic around society. It's interesting that you speak about you mention Watson because it's clearly an interesting story that shows us some barriers that was observed at the start of this technology. In a nutshell, I think the debate is not around research, but is more around the switch from research to industrialization, and how from all what we do in the research areas, we translate it into products that are touching directly the healthcare and the patients. And what is difficult with AI is that it's a mix between three areas of expertise. It's a strong regulated area because it's healthcare and it's linked to data and the technology. You need to be also expert in technology as you said, between IT and modelizations. And you need to be in touch with clinical problems. You need to be in touch with clinical partners in healthcare. So in terms of, I would say the barriers, I will mention 4 barriers, and I will be very quick around this because it has already been mentioned. The first barrier is the access of data. You know that it's a quite regulated areas around GDPR in Europe, for instance. And it's sensitive data, and we need to take care of the security and privacy for patients. And those data can now be used in a retrospective manner, meaning that the intent is to reuse data that was produced through the care to build new models, which is quite new versus to the way we work with data. We used to work with data so far. And for this, there is a strong need of curations and tools that we are building through AI Dream, for instance, on imagery, to accelerate the annotations and the curation of data for a project. So this is an acceleration point that needs to be looked at. The second point is a regulatory barrier. When we speak about AI, you can do a lot of things with a different exposure in terms of regulations. It's not the same project if you do acceleration tools to provide productivity to radiologists than designing a product that will modelize a disease and find markers that healthcare professional would not have seen without the tool. It's completely different. It's not the same kind of medical device. And you can do a lot of things with lower outcome, but providing productivity. And this is the way we started in GE Healthcare to include AI in our software. The third point is adoption, as you said. And Watson is interesting because from what I observe is that it was quite monocentric. And adoptions comes from healthcare professionals, but also from patients and populations. So the way we build the AI solutions needs to be aligned with the scientific community and the way you create adoption. And when I say scientific community, it's clinical community. For instance, around ECAM, we worked with the radiologist community around live rats, for instance, for liver cancer. And the fourth point, and the last one, is, it has been mentioned before also, is the software integration. We observed a lot of companies, startups over the globe launching projects around AI, but the end user is the healthcare professional and it needs to be integrated in their workflow. So while it's important to work with startups to tackle a lot of projects and clinical challenges, we need, as a company like GE Healthcare, to build the integration of those AI models so that the end user will not have as many software as there are startups in the globe. So those are the 4 points I think we need to take care in the adoption of AI in healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think Europe is pondering about the same problems as Korea: data issue and also software issue, R&D shifting to product. I think the considerations are similar between Europe and Korea.
Lastly, Dr. Kim, could you give us your comment as well as a wrap-up? Hello, I'm back from KISDI. My name is Kyung-hoon Kim. Again, thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. And in my presentation, I also included some of the comments of the future policy ideas, and the points I missed were pointed out by the discussants, such as workforce adoption, integration, software integration, and so forth. So I think going beyond my presentation, and other than the comments made, what other issues can there be? Well, I think building a network of AI experts can be one of the issues to tackle. Policy research is difficult because it's difficult to find the experts. There are a large pool of AI experts in Korea, but whenever we have an event or meeting, we need to invite different experts, which is not easy to do. And of course, Mr. Song has mentioned the private sector advisors to the Fourth Industrial Revolution Committee also serve that role, but the Fourth Industrial Revolution covers a wide topic. There's a high-level expert group on AI in the EU, 52 experts that include social groups and industrial groups make a direct contribution to policy development. And the number 52, and all the AI ethics was also developed thanks to these experts. So I think Korea needs a similar group right here to build a similar network. We have Professor Chang here. We have the AI Innovation Hub, which may serve a similar role, but to cover a wider scope, to cover the entire society, I hope to see a AI expert network built in Korea. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Kim pointed out to the need to build an AI experts network. Thank you for the great presentations and comments. As you all know, we are running up to the presidential election soon. And in science, technology, and digital transformation, there are many dialogue taking place. And for Korea, which is facing a low growth phase, is looking for a driving engine that can serve as a turning point, and we are looking into AI and digital transformation to help Korea achieve higher growth. And I hope that we can achieve this based on what was discussed today by reflecting the comments into actual policies. I would like to thank all participants joining us on site and also online, despite your busy schedules. And I would like to thank KT and KISDI for organizing this event. So with that, we have come to the conclusion of today's seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Park, for moderating the final panel session of the conference. And I'd like to thank all panelists for sharing various views and the outlook. And also the head of the center, thank you very much. And now we have come to the end of the conference. Once again, I would like to thank all participants for joining us. The conference will be available on KISDI's YouTube channel at all times. Lastly, let me remind you that the conference adhered to the COVID-19 safety and disease control measures. And with that, the KT-KISDI International Conference 2021 is now concluded. Thank you very much.